The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Bangor, Maine, where we are broadcasting for pilots and ground crew of Dow Field and starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. But now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Bangor Opera House in Bangor, Maine, we bring you a comedian you'll get
a big bang out of,
Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I could see that introduction coming a mile away. That's a pretty corny build-up to give me in front of all these boys from Dow Field.
That's right, Jack. The old opera house is packed to the rafters.
Imagine all these soldiers turning out to see us on a cold night like this.
Oh, I don't think it's so very cold up here. Why, I am as warm as toast myself.
Well, why not? You got more fat on you than a 10-cent pork chop. No kidding.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm not so fat.
Oh, no? I wish I had a nickel for every time your girdle had a nervous breakdown. And don't tell me it isn't cold here. I slept under 12 blankets last night. I felt like the bottom wheat cake. You know, Don, weather like this... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the fishermen of Penobscot Bay, I'd like to present you with this real live lobster.
Well, thanks very much. I'll have him for dinner.
Oh, he's had dinner. Why don't you take him to a movie?
Isn't that sweet? A live lobster. Everybody's so nice up here. You know, Don, I'll never forget that reception at the station when we arrived. They had tanks and jeeps and sleighs, soldiers, Indians. You know, a real Indian drove me from the station to my hotel.
Are you sure he was a real Indian?
I think so. When he left, he had my toupee hanging from his belt. And I bought it just for this cold weather. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, here we are in Bangor, the easternmost city in the United States.
Yeah. Just think, a few weeks ago we were in sunny California, and here we are on the rock-bound coast of Maine.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy, what a walk.
We didn't walk, we took the train. But you know, Mary, the way we've been traveling lately, we're gypsies. Regular gypsies.
That reminds me. I wish you'd quit playing your fiddle every time we stop off at a railroad station.
Oh, the few pennies I pick up hardly pay for the rosin. Forget it.
And dangling Dennis Day out of the window on a string.
Never mind.
People know he's not a monkey.
Well, as long as Dennis believes it, that's all that's necessary. Here comes the kid now. Hello, Dennis.
Boy, am I sick of peanuts.
That's it, Dennis. Tip your little red hat. And listen, kid, you don't have to live on peanuts. While you're up here in Maine, eat seafood. Seafood is what this place is famous for.
Well, personally, I think they overdo it a little.
What do you mean?
Well, I ordered breakfast this morning, and the waiter brought me an order of clam and eggs.
Well, that's what I mean. Everything is seafood here.
Yesterday was my birthday, and they brought me a codfish cake with a candle on it.
What?
I don't care much for codfish, but the candle was delicious.
Well, Dennis, I didn't know yesterday was your birthday. Why didn't you give me a hint, and I'd have gotten you a present?
Well, gee, I wrote you a note and went up to your room at the Bangor house and pinned it onto your pillow.
Oh, was that your note? I thought it was from the chambermaid, and I sent her a bottle of perfume. Channel number 5.
That's Chanel number 5.
This was Channel. It came straight from the Penobscot River. Anyway, Dennis, when I go shopping tomorrow, I'll get you something for your birthday. Now, what do you want?
Would a gold wristwatch be asking too much?
Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day will sing... Go away, kid. Go away. Dennis Day will sing a delightful number written by Cole Porter called the... Come in.
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, Bud. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can call up my wife and tell her to get that man out of the house.
I knew he'd appreciate it. Who's the letter from, Mary?
Let's see. F-I-L. It's from Phil Harris.
Oh, good old Phil. Boy, he's in the Merchant Marine now. What does he say, Mary?
Dear Jackson, here I am in the Navy, and I can't tell you how much good it has done me.
Well,
Remember those bags I used to have under my eyes? Well, they gave me a cap that was too big, and now you can't see them.
you must be the picture of health from the nose up. But,
My work here is almost the same as when I was a band leader, except that I have a much longer baton, and there's a mop on the end of it.
Scrubbing the floor, eh?
Frank Remley, my guitar player, is going to make a wonderful sailor. He has finally learned how to salute without sticking his thumb in his eye.
I knew he'd make good.
No more news, Jackson, but before I close, I want to thank you very much for that cigarette you sent me. Me and the boys enjoyed it very much.
What's he talking about? I sent him a whole package of cigarettes.
Happy New Year and love to the whole gang from Barnacle Phil the Sailor.
And if you're listening in, Phil, Happy New Year to you and all the boys at Catalina. Okay, let's have your song, Dennis. That would be so nice to come home to, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. And I want to dedicate that number to a very sweet girl I met at the Peacock Room last night. Betty Lou Bumgarter.
If you remember, Dennis, I introduced you to Miss Bumgarter. I met her first.
What do you mean you met her first? You were both sitting at a table and she came over and took your order.
I'm not talking about the waitress. I mean the beautiful girl Dennis and I danced with.
And what a dress she had on. Wow!
Well, it was a rather daring outfit. One of those strapless evening gowns.
I got so nervous I made her put on my suspenders.
Yes, Dodo, when you got up to dance with her, your pants fell down. Anyway, Dennis, you owe me for half the dinner.
What about the cab fare for taking Betty Lou home? I ought to pay half of that, too.
No, Dennis. You remember, you didn't ride with us. I took Betty Lou home alone.
Oh, yeah? That wasn't a spare tire hanging on the back, brother.
What? Were you peeking through that window, Dennis?
I never saw so much kissing in all my life.
Now, wait a minute, young man. I never kissed Betty Lou once.
I mean the cab driver after you fell asleep.
Oh, so that's why he wouldn't take a tip. Well, anyway, kid, we'll straighten out what you owe me later. Now, where's Abe Lyman? It's about time for a number.
Well, I've been looking all over for Abe, and he doesn't seem to be around.
That's funny. He knows the program starts at 7 o'clock. You think that...
Oh, here he is now. Hiya, Jack. Sorry I'm late. Hello, fellas.
I was wondering why you weren't around, Abe. Where you been?
Well, it took me a long time to get here. I'm living over in Bath, 100 miles away.
You're living in Bath, Maine?
Yeah, I got a room in Bath like you told me to.
I told you to get a room and bath. And. I met at the Bangor house of the Penobscot Exchange.
Well, ain't I the big jerk?
We certainly are. Believe me, from now on, when we're traveling around, I'm going to write everything down on a piece of paper and give it to you.
Who'll he get to read it to him?
Oh, Abe can read. He can write a little, too. Say, Abe, how do you like it up here in Maine?
Well, you know, I've never been here before.
Well, it doesn't take him long to get acquainted. Get a load of those 3 girls he brought to the show.
Where? Wait, I'll get my glasses. Oh, yeah, standing in the wings. Yeah, I like that tall one there. Hello, honey.
Hiya, sweetheart.
What's that?
That's the electrician. The girl's on the other side.
Oh, yes, 3 girls. Yeah, well, I got to hand it to you, Abe. You're a regular Casanova.
Casanova?
Yeah.
Say, is that Lou Nova's brother?
Yes. In a way, only Casanova was more of a wrestler than a boxer, you know. Anyway, Abe, isn't it a thrill for all of us to be broadcasting way down east in Maine? Maine in the wintertime, with its snow-covered hills, its rivers frosted by Mother Nature, and snowflakes fluttering down on the peaceful countryside.
Ah, you're right, Jack.
Say, before I forget it, tomorrow night, you and your band and our whole gang are giving a show for the boys at the Boston Navy Yard.
Tomorrow night? I thought you were all going to stay up here and go bear hunting tomorrow.
No, I went bear hunting yesterday. Had a lot of fun, too.
Fun. Tell him what happened.
Tell him what happened. Nobody's interested.
Oh, I am, Mary. Now tell us all about it.
Well,
Oh,
it seems that Jack Thomas, Miss Baumgartner, a new fur coat.
I did not.
So he bought a gun and went out to bag a bear for his bag.
She's not a bag. She's very cute. She got better looking legs than Lieutenant Orson. I heard about that, fellas. Go ahead, Barry.
Anyway, Friday afternoon, Dennis, Jack, Rochester, and myself drove up to Guernsey's Winter Sports Lodge, and the next morning, must have been about 5 a.m., I heard the alarm clock ringing in Jack's room.
Holy smoke, it's 5 o'clock already. Mr. Benny, wake up. Wake up, Mr. Benny, wake up!
As President of the United States, I hereby promise Hetty... Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. What's the matter?
If you want to go out bear hunting, we better get started.
Yeah. Gee, it's chilly this morning. I bet it's below zero in here.
You sure look funny, Mr. Benny. The cold cream is all froze to your face.
Yeah, I feel like I've been varnished. Well, I might as well take my morning shower.
A shower? There isn't any hot water.
What do I care? I can take it. Well, here goes. Woo! 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 I tell you, Dennis, woo! 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 There's nothing like a cold shower to wake you up in the morning.
When are you going to get underneath it, Mr. Benny?
I wouldn't get under that thing for $1 million. Well, that's that. Come on, kid. I'm hungry. Let's go out to the kitchen and have breakfast.
Anyway, fellas, after breakfast, Jack went over to Rochester's room. Had an awful time getting him awake. You could hear Jack yelling at the top of his voice.
Rochester. Hey, Rochester. Come on, Rochester. We got to get going. Rochester, wake up.
What time is it, sugar?
$5:30, and it's me. Now kick those blankets off and get your clothes on.
I ain't had my clothes off since we left California.
Well, then get up. And listen, what's the idea of wearing those ear muffs in bed?
That's so I don't have to look all over for my ears in the morning.
Now, Rochester, quit stalling. I'll give you just 3 to get out of that bed. 1, 2, 3. Rochester! If you don't get up right away, I'm going to put you under a cold shower.
That does it. Yeah, come, boy.
I thought so. Now, hurry up. We're all waiting for you. We'll get started in a few minutes, Mary. Now, where's that Indian guide? He should be here by now.
What do you want a guide for?
Because they know where the hunting's good. They're leading me right to the bear and the moose and the ducks. I'd sure like to get a mess of ducks.
How can you have the heart to shoot a duck when you walk like one?
Naturally, I walk a little funny. I'm wearing snowshoes. That must be our guide now. Come in. Well. Well, hello there.
You want 'em Indian guide?
That's right. What's your name?
Why, me Chief Leaping Goose. How?
How?
De do.
Howdy do. Now look, Leaping Goose. How many strings of beads you want them for being guide?
No beads, brother. Strictly cash.
All right, I'll give you $5. Well, we might as well get started. Hand me those 2 sweaters, Mary.
2 more? You've got on 8 already.
Well, it's cold. My teeth were chattering all night.
Well, why didn't you keep them in your mouth where it's warm?
Don't be funny. Hand me that sweater, Dennis.
Here you are. Gee, this is a pretty sweater. Where'd you get it, Mr. Benny?
It's one Lana Turner wore in a picture. I admired it, and she sent it to me.
Well, somehow on you it doesn't thrill me.
Not supposed to thrill you. Now, where's that Rochester? Oh, Rochester! Yes, boy! If you don't hurry, we're going without you.
I'll be here when you come back with a candle in the window.
You get out here. Well, come on, Leaping Goose. Let's get our... Leaping Goose. Let's get our equipment together. Oh, boy, we're going bear hunting. Hey, we've been walking through the snow for 3 hours. Hey, Leaping Goose, we haven't seen a bear or a moose or anything.
Leaping Goose, much embarrassed. His face very red.
Well, of course it's red. You're an Indian.
Oh.
I know how to get a moose. Now, quiet, everybody.
Gosh, what's that?
That's the mating call of the wild moose.
Are you going to marry a moose, Mr. Benny?
No, I want to shoot one. There are a lot of them around.
Well, what do you want to shoot a moose for?
He wants to get a hat rack the hard way.
I want to get a bear. That's what I want. Now, stick close to me, Mary.
Okay.
You too, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
And Rochester. Rochester, keep up with us. I don't want you to get lost in this snow.
Who, me?
Just stay near us, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what's that?
What's what?
That little animal sitting on the log over there.
Well, I'll be darned. It's a mink.
I think that's a skunk, Jack.
It is not a skunk.
Oh, boss, inhale.
Well, I'll be darned. Run, fellas, run for your lives. Hey, you know what? That really was a skunk.
You're telling me.
Walk behind us, Dennis. Way behind. Hey, Leaping Goose, when are you going to find a bear for us?
Look, Paleface. Here come man in fur coat. Maybe he help us.
Yeah, he might at that. Hey, mister, can you tell us where we can find a man in a fur... That's a bear! What's the matter with you? Now stand back, everybody. I'm going to advance and shoot
Oh, be
him.
careful, Jack.
Boy, it's a big one. I'm going to let him have it right between his eyes.
You mean between your eyes? Turn that gun around.
Oh, my goodness. Now watch me get him.
Watch out, boss, you're getting too close.
I don't want to miss him. Here goes. Ready? Aim. Well, I'll be... Now listen, Bear, give me back my gun. Give it back, I say.
Pick him up, Mr. Benny. He's got you covered.
I've got my hands up. Now listen, Bear. I didn't come out here to shoot you. I was after a moose. I want to get a hat rack. You gotta believe me. Please don't shoot. I'm too young to die. And besides, I'm out of season. You can't do it, I tell you. You can't do it. Now don't shoot. Then we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. We've all had a great time up here in Maine. I want to thank Governor Sewell, City Manager Farnsworth, Colonel Valentine, and all the boys at Dow Field. Say, Mary, before we leave for Boston tomorrow, let's go ice fishing.
Ice fishing?
Yeah, it's a great sport around here. You cut a hole in the ice, drop in your line with a hook on it, and catch a fish.
Anything over a half a pound would pull you right in.
Yeah, I guess so. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City, where we are playing to an audience of men on leave from the armed services and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Benny Goodman. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce the Bob Hope of the Grape Nuts Flakes program, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, what do you mean, the Bob Hope of the Grape Nuts Flakes program? I don't get it.
Well, after all, Jack, there are a lot of similarities between you and Bob Hope, aren't there, Mary?
Of course there are.
Oh, yeah? Name one.
Well, for one thing, he's on the radio and you're on the radio.
True, true.
And he's a comedian and you're a comedian.
Yes.
And
yes.
Hope started in vaudeville and you started in vaudeville.
That's right.
And Hope makes pictures at Paramount and Paramount kicked you out.
True. Now, wait a minute. I wasn't thrown out of Paramount.
Then why did you leave?
I asked them to put a shower in my dressing room. They punched holes in the roof. It didn't rain for 40 days, so I quit. Anyway, I made some swell pictures at Paramount, especially my last one, For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Oh, now hold on, Jack. Gary Cooper plays the lead in For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Well, he might play the lead, but that bell doesn't ring by itself, brother. I'm the guy, listen, Don, I'm the guy that pulls that rope.
If they had a rope at Paramount, they'd have hung you a long time ago.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Say, Mr. Benny, I took your violin over to get
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I took your violin over to get a new bridge put on it like you told me to.
What'd you say, Dennis?
I said I took your violin over to get a new bridge put on it like you told me to.
Oh, a new bridge on my violin, eh? How does it look?
Well, I think the man overdid it a little. There's water running under it.
Water under the bridge? Let's see that violin. Well, I'll be darned. There is at that.
Putting in the goldfish was my idea.
Well, that's a fine fix you put me in. Now I'll have to use another fiddle for my performance tonight. You see, fellas, my agent booked me as the guest violinist on a program later this evening.
Well, that's very interesting. What program is it?
If they want Jack to play the fiddle, it must be a shortwave broadcast to Tokyo.
It is not. It's a coast-to-coast hookup. And as long as I've got that water under the bridge, I'm going to play the Blue Danube.
And for a finish, you can eat the goldfish.
Just tune in to Fred Allen, sister. I'll do all right.
I think Mr. Benny is one of the finest violinists I ever heard.
Thanks, Dennis.
I've got a job, and I'm going to keep it, by golly.
All right, kid. You gave me a beautiful compliment. Don't spoil it. Now, it's about time for your song, so let's have it.
Okay.
Sir, that was Moonlight Becomes You, sung by Dennis Day, our own Irish Bluebird. And very good, Dennis.
Irish bluebird? Green is the color for the Irish, Mr. Benny.
I know.
You know now.
I always did know. But if you want to be so technical, kid, you're an Irishman that's been out in the cold. You're a little blue. That makes you a bluebird. And now, fellas, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll let you handle the rest of the program. I want to drop over and see Phil Baker at the hospital.
Phil Baker? Oh, yes, I missed him on his program. What's he in the hospital for?
Well, Phil went to the doctor to have his appendix examined.
That's right.
So he asked the doctor to take it or leave it, and he took it.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly the way it happened, but he had his appendix out, and he's a pretty sick guy.
Well, if he's so sick, this is no time to try and collect that $64 you didn't win when you were on his program.
Listen, Mary, technically, I did win. He didn't pay me, that's all.
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this.
There he goes again.
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but I don't understand what you're talking about.
Look, kid, a few weeks ago, Phil Baker beat me out of $64.
That I have to see.
Well, he did.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I heard the program you were on, and when Phil asked you the $64 question, you gave the wrong answer.
I gave the right answer. Phil asked me if I could name 37 composers who tried to finish Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, and I said no, I couldn't. That's the right answer. I'm going to the hospital now and straighten this thing out with Baker.
Well, you'll never catch him when he's weaker.
That's a point in my favor.
Can I come along with you, Mr. Benny?
What do you want to go to the hospital for?
Well, maybe Mr. Baker has a beautiful nurse, and I'll fall madly in love with her and ask her to marry me, and she'll turn me down, and I'll commit suicide.
What an imagination. Well, all right, you can come with me, kid. Now, where's Benny Goodman?
Right here, Jack. Say, Jack, have you seen my clarinet?
Right here. right there behind your ear. He wears it like a pencil, folks. Benny, have you got a nice hot tune prepared for us?
Yeah, I'm going to play one of the numbers I'm doing at the Paramount Theater this week.
Oh, you had to give yourself a little plug, huh? A little advertising, huh?
Well, at least my hatband doesn't say movie star on it like yours does.
The name is Brown. Randall.
It's very nice of you to call because I haven't seen Rochester in nearly a week. Do you happen to know where he is?
Who?
Rochester.
Oh, that friend of mine.
Yes. Where's he been?
That boy loves you, Mr. Benny. He really does.
Uh-huh.
Well, he went down to your hotel yesterday morning ready to work. That boy loves you.
I know. You said that random.
Well, he got right in front of your hotel ready to work when he suddenly realized he'd forgotten his typewriter.
His typewriter? What does he need a typewriter for?
Doesn't he write your programs?
Now, listen, Mr. Brown or Random or Harvest or whatever your name is, tell that boy that loves me to be at my hotel tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. Imagine making up such a ridiculous name as Random Harvest Brown. Fine chance he had to fool me. Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Wait a minute, I'm going with you.
All right, come on. Play, Benny. We ought to be there pretty soon now.
What hospital is Mr. Benny in, Mr. Baker?
I'm Mr. Benny. Phil Baker's in the Northwest Side Hospital on 83rd Street.
Oh.
You know, Mary, if I collect that $64, you and I will go out stepping. I love those nightclubs.
You haven't been to a nightclub since the time you drank champagne out of Lillian Russell's slipper.
She had a small shoe, but I got loaded. Hey, driver, step on it, will you?
Your wish is my command.
Well, polite fellow, isn't he? Can't understand why Baker's still in bed.
Well, the operation was only 2 weeks ago.
Look, when I had my tonsils taken out, I went home the next day.
You never left the house. Rochester took him out with a can opener.
He used regular instruments.
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, did Rochester really take your tonsils out?
There was nothing to it. Snip, snip. Driver, a little faster, please. We want to get there.
It is yours to request, mine to obey.
Well, thanks. My, isn't he formal?
Say, Jack, can't we stop at this little restaurant up here and get something to eat? I'm starving.
Me too.
We can eat at the hospital. Baker's room will be full of fruit and candy and nuts and everything. Hey, driver, that's the hospital right ahead, isn't it?
It is mine to drive, yours to point out.
Oh, stop. This is it, all right. Well, here we are. How much do I owe you, driver?
That'll be 65 cents, or $1, including tip.
Wait a minute. What makes you think I'm going to give you a 35-cent tip?
It is mine to dream, yours to disillusion.
Well, just for that, here's $1. Goodbye, driver.
Goodbye. If you like me, tell your friend. If not, not.
Here's the main entrance. Let's go in. Gee, it's a beautiful hospital. Wow, what a big lobby.
Wow, what a big lobby.
That echo again. He's got a cold tonight. I'm Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
You try it, Dennis.
I'm Dennis Day.
I'm Dennis Day.
Now you, Mary.
I'm Mary Livingston.
With a cold like this, I got to do a dame. Fine echo. Here's the information desk. I'll find out where to go. Say, miss,
Yes, sir?
can you tell me what room Mr. Phil Baker's in? I'm Jack Benny.
So I see by your hat band.
Oh, yes. Now, what's Phil Baker's room number?
He's on the 4th floor. Blue eyes.
Thank you. Come on, kids. Here's the elevator.
Going up. Step right in, please. Going up.
Say, Jack, that guy sounds just like Rochester.
Yeah, he does at that. What's your name, buddy?
Brown. Random Harvard Brown.
Well, I'll be darned.
Second floor, spring strained ankles, fallen arches, water on the knees, smoked kidneys, and that noise.
That's not us.
Going up.
I can't get over that voice. Say, Random, do you know a fellow named Rochester?
That boy really loves you, Mr. Bennett.
He knows me.
Third floor, dog bites, frost bites, snake bites, mosquito bites, and bite me, Daddy, ain't to the bar.
I can't get over that voice.
Going up.
Positively amazing. I swear it was Rochester.
Fourth floor, scratches from cats, scratches from berry bushes, scratches from nurses to mobile.
That's us. Thanks, operator.
Oh, I don't operate. I just run the elevator.
I can't get over. Now, let's see. Where's Phil's room?
It must be down this corridor.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Jones, report to surgery. Dr. Jones, report to surgery. We finally located your glasses. Yep, that's where they were.
Be very careless, huh?
Hey, Mr. Benny, look at that guy running down the hall.
Yeah, gee, he looks happy.
Yippee! Hooray! Oh, mister, have a cigar.
A cigar? Oh, did your wife have a baby?
No, I'm Dr. Jones. They just found my glasses.
I know. I heard about it. I guess this is Phil Baker's room here with the star on the door. Boy, is he hammy.
Now, Jack, for heaven's sake, don't mention the $64 right away.
Don't worry. I know how to handle it. Well, hello, Phil. How are you?
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Mr. Baker.
Hello, kids. Glad you dropped in. Dennis, stop applauding. Well, Phil, old boy. Well, Phil, old boy, you're looking great. How do you feel? Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but I feel fine. Why should I slug you? I just came up to see how you were getting along, wish you luck, and talk over a little matter of $64.
Well, that's sweet of you, Jack, but I don't need any money.
Well, you see, Phil, I was talking to my lawyer last week, and he thinks I have a pretty good case.
Did you make off like you fell in the subway again? I thought you gave up that racket.
I'm not suing the subway. Now, look, Phil, you owe me $64, and I want it right now. Now, come on, hand it over.
Jack, will you please take your knee out of my incision?
Oh, pardon me. Now, Phil, you give me that $64 or you'll be sorry. Get it? On your program, you'll be sorry.
Oh, Jack, be more subtle.
Subtle schmuttle. I want my money. Now, Phil.
Pardon me, Mr. Baker. Did I give you 3 little white pills about an hour ago?
Yes, you did.
Who's that?
That's Miss Stewart, my nurse. She's awfully absent-minded.
Yeah, she seems to be, huh?
Yesterday, she poured alcohol on my pancakes and rubbed my back with maple syrup.
Alcohol on pancakes?
I was so cockeyed I fell out of bed 4 times.
Well, that's awful. She really is absent-minded.
And this morning, she gave me a shot in the arm with a fountain pen.
A fountain pen?
Eversharp.
That he remembered. Now, listen, Phil, speaking of $64...
Who's speaking of $64?
Look, Phil, I know you're a sick man and all that, but technically, I won $64 when I was on your program. Now, the least you can do is give me another chance and another question.
Okay, answer this one for $64.
Shoot. Who's the cheapest guy in the world? I am. Now give me that $64. Well, you're wrong. Because I am, I'm not going to pay it. Now listen here, Phil Baker. Must be my doctor. Come in.
Well, how's my patient today? What are you doing out of bed, you bad boy?
I'm not the patient. That's Baker lying right there.
Oh, well, you look sicker than he does. You got to admit that.
I admit nothing. Say, Doc, can I get up today? I've got my own program to do.
Well, I have to check on that. Open your mouth and say, ah. My, they're healing up fine.
Wait a minute, Doc. You took out my appendix, not my tonsils.
Who was under that ether, you or me?
Wait a minute, you mean to say you took out his tonsils and his appendix?
That's a special I was running last week.
Oh.
Tonsils, appendix, and a tour through Radio City 1250.
Oh, that's good value.
Now, Mr. Baker, what you need is a little medicine. Take this pill and you'll feel fine.
Okay. Well, where's the pill?
It's right here, but I can't seem to get it off my finger.
That's a wart. The pill's in the other hand.
Oh, yes. Well, here you are. There.
Thanks.
Now, good night, Mr. Baker. Sleep tight.
Sleep tight? Wait a minute, Doc. What kind of a pill was that you gave him?
A strong sedative. He'll be in dreamland inside of a minute.
Dreamland? I gotta work fast. Now, Phil, concentrate.
Oh, Jack, let him alone. Phil needs rest.
Well, he's going to sleep. Well, I need that $64. Now, Phil, open your eyes. Phil, listen to me.
What do you want, nurse?
I'm not your nurse. I'm Betty. Now, listen, Baker. My lawyer said that when I was on your program, I want $64. Now, I want that money right now.
Kiss me good night, Miss Stewart.
I'm not Miss Stewart, and I won't kiss you good night till I get that money. Now, give me that check I filled out, Dennis.
Here you are.
You didn't take a pill. Wake up. Now, Phil, wake up. Baker, listen to me. Wake up. Terry, turn on the alarm clock. Now, Phil, listen, Phil. When you asked me if I could be 37 composers who tried to finish Stewart's unfinished symphony, I said, no, I couldn't. And according to my lawyer, that was the right answer. Now, I want that $64. You hear that? And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I'm very happy to announce that Phil Baker is feeling much better and will return to his own program this evening.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grapes, Nuts, Flakes program coming to you from New York City, where we're playing to an audience of men on leave from the armed services and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the most fantastic introduction of the year.
Fantastic.
I bring you a famous concert violinist who is making his debut this evening at Carnegie Hall, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Yasha Benny talking. And, folks, I'm as nervous as a pizzicato. And, Don, that's the truth. I am playing my violin at Carnegie Hall tonight.
But, Jack, it's so fantastic.
Will you stop saying that? This is a benefit for the Infantile Paralysis Fund, and I'm appearing as a soloist on the same program with Gladys Swarthout, Isaac Stern, Marjorie Lawrence, John Charles, and Thomas. And,
That's John Charles Thomas. It's one man.
It is? Gosh, I sent all three of them Christmas cards. Anyway, there are going to be a lot more prominent artists there, including Oscar Levant. He's going to be my accompanist. I expect him to drop by and pick me up.
Well, Jack, aren't you just a bit nervous appearing with so many musical celebrities?
No, why should I be nervous? We all get along fine. I'm very nice to them, and they don't speak to me. That is all but Gladys. Gladys, she thinks my playing is marvelous.
Gladys Swarthout?
No, Gladys Jones, her maid. She's a cousin of Rochester's. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Why don't you grow up?
Mary, what do you mean, why don't I grow up?
Well, I passed Carnegie Hall just now, and what's the idea of writing your name on all the posters?
I didn't write my name. It's printed. You know, I'm making my debut there tonight.
Gee whiz.
Just think, my first appearance on the concert stage.
Gosh.
Too bad my old violin teacher can't be there.
Too bad he shot himself during your 5th lesson.
Yeah, I'll never forget that afternoon. I was right in the middle of da-da-da-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-da-da-dee-da, and bang. And I had 5 more lessons coming. By the way, Mary, you're attending the concert tonight, aren't you?
Who else is appearing?
Well, there's Gladys Swarthout, Isaac Stern, John Charles Thomas.
John Charles Thomas.
Yeah.
You know, Jack, that always sounds funny to me, a man with 3 first names.
Yep, John Charles Thomas. Incidentally, it's not commonly known, but I have 3 first names, too.
That's right, Jack Jerk Benny.
That's Jack John Benny. And speaking of unusual names, say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Come here a minute. This'll kill you. What do you think, this'll positively amaze you, but it's the truth, you know. What do you think Fred Allen's middle name is?
What?
Florence. Fred Florence Allen, imagine.
Well, why in the world did his parents ever name him Florence?
Well, I'll give you a hint, Don. Allen didn't shave until he was 33 years old. In fact, he still wears his garters above his knees. Hey, Mervyn Dorse is in the audience. No kidding, huh?
You should talk about Alan. I saw a picture of you when you were 15 years old and you were playing with dolls.
Well, I still have a couple of dolls on my lap now and then, sister. Believe me.
They're still full of sawdust, too.
Well, that's the cattiest remark I've ever heard.
Speaking of cats, whatever became of that girl you were engaged to?
Speaking of cats, what girl?
The one with the big grin and the whiskers.
Now, cut that out. You're having a jolly time tonight, aren't you?
Say, Mr. Benny, is it all right if I take my girl to...
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What did you want, kid?
I said, is it all right if I take my girl to your concert at Carnegie Hall?
Well, sure, Dennis. Is she a music lover?
Is she? She's got a short thumb from pushing nickels in jukeboxes.
She does like music. Where does your girlfriend live, Dennis?
If I knew where she lived, I wouldn't be wasting my time at a concert.
Well, you'll enjoy it, Dennis. There are a lot of great artists on the program. There's Jan Pierce, Ezio Pinza, Joseph and Rosina Levine, Deans Taylor.
Yeah, and don't forget John Charles and Thomas.
Wait a minute. I made that same mistake. It's John Charles Thomas, Dennis.
Holy smoke, has he got 4 names?
Dennis is you.
Oh. In the blue suit here.
What?
In the blue suit here.
Yes. Well, kid. Oh, brother. Well, kid, speaking of John, Charles, and Thomas, how about a song from you, huh?
Okay, but I'll never top him.
So what? For heaven's sake, I don't expect to top Heifetz.
Aw, Jack, you're just being modest. You're as good as Heifetz any day.
What?
You don't think they'd let you play in Carnegie Hall unless you were one of the world's greatest violinists.
Well, that's a lovely compliment. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome, it also says here.
Don't spoil it. You always have to do that. Huh?
Well, I don't know about anyone else, but personally, I think Mr. Benny is one of the finest violinists of this earache.
That's era. Earache. Well, there's 2 compliments shot to... Oh, well. Sing, Dennis, and let's get on with the show. Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, $50.
No use waiting. I got to get new glasses. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father.
Oh, good old Dad. What does he say?
Dear son, congratulations on your appearance in Carnegie Hall tonight. Please let me know how your full dress suit goes over.
He made me a beauty, folks. The tails change color like a peacock. Sing, Dennis.
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but I got a cold.
All right, do the best you can. What do you say? That was Three Dreams from the picture Powers Girl, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that's one of the numbers you sing in the picture, isn't it?
Yes, sir. You ought to see it, Mr. Benny. I play the part of a fellow who has more money than brains.
Oh.
It's sure hard to act like you got money, by golly.
Well, I imagine it is. Oh, hello, Abe.
Hiya, Jack.
Abe Lyman, fellas. All right, Abe, stop shaking hands over your head like a prize fighter. What a character.
Hey, before I forget it, Jack, congratulations. I hear you're going to play at Canarsie Hall tonight.
No use talking. Phil Harris is a genius, really. That's Carnegie Hall on 57th Street. By the way, Abe, are you coming to the concert?
I'd like to, Jack, but that highbrow music gives me a rash.
A what?
A rash.
Oh. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Go away, Don. Go away. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a gripping drama of the Old South entitled...
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now, and there's a...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now.
How are you feeling, kid?
Oh, I was here before, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right, in the blue suit. What do you want, Dennis?
Well, there's a man waiting for you out in the hall, and he says for you to hurry up.
The man out in the hall? Oh, that must be Oscar Levant. Come on in, Oscar.
Hello, Jack. Are you all ready?
Yes, I'm ready to go. Well, Oscar, I see you're prepared to accompany me on the piano tonight. Do you always wear those white gloves?
These are my hands. I just came from the blood bank.
Oh. Very good. I'll have to watch out for this guy. He's sharper than a buck tooth. I'll be through here in a few minutes, Oscar. Then we'll hop in a cab and go over to Carnegie Hall. Just think, Benny and Levant playing a duet.
Let's walk. Maybe we'll get run over before we get there.
That's all right. I got to be on my toes here. This guy's making a monkey out of me. Oh, by the way, Oscar, I think you know everybody here, don't you?
Sure. Oh, Mary, didn't I see you at the Stork Club last night?
The Stork Club?
Yes, you were dancing with that South American.
Oh, that was Jack with a black toupee.
I was in bed by 10 o'clock last night. Although I couldn't sleep, I was so nervous thinking about our concert tonight.
You were nervous. My wife had to pull me off the windowsill 3 times.
I got to watch out. He's an ad-libbing fool, you know. Oh, Oscar, I don't think you know Abe Lyman, our band leader.
I've known Abe for years.
Sure, we sat together at Rubens last night. Say, Oscar, you know, there was a pretty good bowl of soup I drank.
You didn't drink that soup. You auditioned it.
You beat me to it, Oscar. I was just going to ad-lib something like that. Honest, I was.
You couldn't ad-lib a sneeze with a nose full of pepper.
I couldn't, eh?
Well, go ahead and say something. Go ahead, ad-lib.
Well?
Go ahead. Say something funny.
Well.
This seems to be a good time to say hello to my mother. Hello, Mom.
Well, I could say something funny, but how can I think with that darn Dennis Day standing there staring at me?
Well, that sweat rolling down your forehead fascinates me.
I wasn't thinking that hard. Well, anyway, Oscar, stick around. I'll be with you in a minute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we're going to do a satire on one of radio's most intelligent and popular programs, Information Please.
Wait a minute. You said we were going to do...
Never mind. And we have prevailed upon Mr. Oscar Levant to come over here this evening and be our guest expert.
I come over here to pick you up and take you to Carnegie Hall.
Well, for heaven's sake, Oscar, as long as you're here, let's have some fun. It's a small enough favor to ask me after I got you on that concert.
You got me on?
Yes.
You better lay off that Benzodrine, brother.
All right, be a sport. I certainly can't do a program like Information Please with dopes like Abe Lyman and Dennis Day.
And you.
And me. Now cut that out. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, right after a number by Abe Lyman and his orchestra, we'll present our own version of the... I'll take it. That must be Rochester. I told him to bring my full-dress suit over here. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, Rochester.
I'm just leaving the hotel, boss. I've got your top hat, white tie, and tail.
That's tails.
Tail. One of them got caught in the elevator.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll certainly look funny playing my violin in Carnegie Hall with one tail.
You might as well face it, boss. You're going to look funny anyway.
Well, that's one of the most careless things I ever heard. I guess I'll have to wear my tuxedo.
Your tuxedo?
Yes. Did you press it like I told you to?
Well, I pressed the coat all right, but I had a long phone call during the pants.
Oh, so you left the hot iron on my pants. Where'd you burn them?
I think the French word is derriere.
Well, what am I going to do?
I can bring along some black paint.
Never mind that. I'll just have to be careful how I take my bow. Oh, wait a minute. I have another idea. I think I'll wear my blue serge suit.
That blue serge is awful shiny, boss.
It is not shiny.
I wish I had a diamond that threw up a glare like that.
Look, Rochester, no excuses. You get over here right away with my blue serge suit. Goodbye.
Goodbye, boss.
Sorry, Oscar. I'll have to wear a blue serge suit tonight. Will that be all right?
Sure. I'm wearing a leopard skin myself.
Very good. What a guy. He's really on the beam. Play, Lyman. Was I Can't Give You Anything But Love. Sorry, Abe, we had to cut this kind of short, but that was I Can't Give You Anything But Love, played by Abe Lyman and his Hotel Lincoln Orchestra. Hey, that's a good one. Abe at the Lincoln.
I don't get it.
Who asked you to? Be thankful you got a plug. And now, Don, I think it's about time for Now, who's that? Come in. Yes, sir?
Is this the Jack Benny program? I'm supposed to be in your play tonight.
Oh, yes, you were going to be the villain. What's your name?
Joe Besser.
Messer?
No, Besser! I'm sorry, Mr. Besser. We're not doing a play this evening. Now, wait a minute. I want to act.
All right, calm down. I'll find something for you to do.
You better, you old crazy you.
Now, sit down, please. All right, Don, let's get started.
And now, folks, we bring you our version of Information, Please, with that noted raconteur, lecturer, and book reviewer of the Breeders' Gazette, Clifton Bennyman.
Thank you. Thank you, Milton Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all know the rules of Information, Please. I will read several questions submitted by our listeners. And for each question which is not answered by our board of experts, we will give away a page from the Encyclopedia Britannica and one grape nut flake. Are the grape nut flakes here, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir. The register's loaded.
Good. Now, I'd like to have you meet our board of experts. First, Mr. Oscar Levant, noted pianist. Or pianist. Which is it, Oscar? Pianist or pianist?
What's the difference? After tonight, I may be washed up.
I gotta watch this guy. He's dynamite. And next, Miss Mary Livingston, well-known authority on poetry. Have you a sample for us, Miss Livingston?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Shining up above so high, don't you know there's a dim out?
Very, very good. And now, Mr. Abe Lyman, noted authority on Shakespeare and literary light.
There's a dim out there, too.
You said it. Mr. Dennis Day, world-famous authority on...
On what?
And last but not least... Sit down, Dennis. Sit down. Mr. Joe Besser, authority on archaeology, ichthyology, and paleontology.
Well, get him!
And now, folks, we will proceed...
You old crazy you!
Mr. Besser. We will proceed with information, please. Our first question comes from Miss Bernice Butterball of Baked Potato, Idaho. Miss Butterball wants to know if you can name 3 presidents of the United States whose names begin with W. Well, I see you have your hand raised, Mr. Day.
That's nerves. It just flew up.
Well, don't you know a president whose name begins with W?
Will you give me a hint?
Yes. So who was the Washington Monument named after?
George Monument.
That's right, George Monument, Washington. And now let's have another president beginning with W.
Wendell Willkie.
Willkie didn't win, Mr. Levant.
Well, he's working, that I know.
I gotta watch that boy. He's making a straight man out of me. And now, second, a president whose name begins with W. I'm waiting. Ah, Mr. Besser, I see you have your hand up.
Oh, it's not for that.
Well, it looks like Miss Butterball has stumped the experts. So we are sending her immediately a page from the Encyclopedia Britannica and a grape nut plate. Now, here's a letter. Here's a letter from Dr. Bert Scott of Beverly Hills, California. Dr. Scott is a dentist, and he says, Dear Mr. Benny, I have written, and if you don't remit promptly, I will... Whoops. Oh, here's a question from Mr. Joe Jackson of Jackson, Georgia. Mr. Jackson wants to know what the following girls have in common. Joan Crawford, Joan Leslie, Joan Bennett, Joan Fontaine...
Oh, shut up! Not so fast!
Pardon me. You should know this, Miss Livingston. What have the following movie stars in common? Joan Crawford, Joan Leslie, Joan Bennett, and Joan Fontaine.
None of them will work with you.
That's so. Well, thanks to your levity, Miss Livingstone, we have lost another page from the Encyclopedia and a grape nut plate. Now, here's a question in your field, Mr. Levant. Incidentally, you haven't gotten anything tonight.
You're referring to money, of course.
I'm referring to answers. Now, I'm going to play a musical selection, and I want you to identify the number. Just a second.
Not so loud!
Mr. Besser, please. Now, I'll play it again. I'll play it again, Mr. Levant, and see if you can identify it. Now, what's the name of that number?
Its name is Mud. It used to be Souvenir.
It's still Souvenir. Now, I'll give you one more chance.
Boss!
Fine, what do you want, Rochester?
Look what time it is. You got to get over to that concert.
That's right, it's getting late. Did you bring my blue serge suit?
Here it is.
Wait a minute, that's my green suit.
It was blue when you bought it.
Well, it's too late to change it now. Come on, Oscar, let's walk over to Carnegie Hall.
Yep, the last mile.
Oh, don't be so pessimistic. Play, Lyman. Come on. I want to thank Oscar Levant for appearing here tonight, and also Joe Besser, one of the stars of the Olson and Johnson hit, Sons of Fun. Next Sunday night, folks, we'll be broadcasting from Fort Meade, Maryland. And tomorrow we'll be seeing you boys of the Coast Guard at Manhattan Beach. With my whole gang, including Danny Kaye, the star of Let's Face It. Good night, folks.
Christmas Flakes program coming to you from Fort Meade, Maryland, and starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and one of the country's newest dance bands, the McFarland Twins and their orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the state of Maryland, the home of thoroughbred racehorses, we bring you that old gray mare, Jack Benny.
Thank you, you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny whinnying. And Don, speaking of horses, I wouldn't be surprised if all track records were broken this year. Race horses will run faster than ever before.
How do you know?
They've got to. It's either that or the meat market. Imagine losing $2 on a nag and a week later paying 24 cents a pound for them. That doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't. Tell me, Jack, is this your first visit to Maryland?
Oh, no. I've been here several times, Don. In fact, I got this scar on my chin when I was working at the Oasis Club in Baltimore. Sorry, that was years ago.
Oh, a guy in the audience threw something at you, huh?
No. You see, Don, I was going with a girl in the show called Charmaine, the snake charmer. And she didn't tell me her rattler was teething. I don't know what became of Charmaine, but W.C. Fields tells me he often sees the snake around. Anyway, Don, it sure is nice broadcasting for the boys here at Fort Meade, isn't it?
Yes, Jack. You know, this is not only a tremendous reception center, but it's also one of the Army's largest baking and cooking schools. Yum, yum.
Baking and cooking, huh?
Yes, I went all through it this afternoon.
Well, I knew it looks good. I tell you, Don, if you're not careful, you're going to find... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the boys in the Baking and Cooking School at Fort Meade, I'd like to present you with this lovely upside-down cake.
My goodness, do you make upside-down cakes in the Army?
No, I stumbled on the way over here.
Well, I appreciate it anyway. It's a wonderful cake. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Well, Mary, the boys at the Baking and Cooking School here just sent me this upside-down cake. Doesn't it look delicious?
Yeah. Those guys are going to make wonderful wives after the war.
Well, cooking is a darn good trade. You ought to go through this school here, Mary.
I did this morning, and you know, Jack, they certainly do things in a big way.
Well, naturally, they have to cook in tremendous quantities.
You said it. I saw a kettle of soup so big, they had a lighthouse in the middle of it.
That I don't believe.
Would you believe they stirred it with a speedboat?
No, nothing. You just saw a great big kettle of soup.
What kind of soup was it, Mary?
Cream of elephant.
Now cut that out! But you know, one thing, Don, the food here, really, they have marvelous seafood here in Maryland, especially oysters. See, I had 8 dozen oysters for lunch.
8 dozen oysters? Oh, you must be awfully fond of them.
It's not that. He promised some dame a pearl necklace.
What else can I get a girl gives me so much nourishment? I'll get that necklace, too.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now, and I saw...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now.
Where you been all day, kid? I was looking for you.
I went over to visit the Wax at their headquarters.
Oh, the Wax, eh?
Gosh, I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be holding a second lieutenant on my lap.
I'm dating a sergeant myself. She's a fifth. Huh?
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in the hall just now, and I saw a guy wearing 2 suits of clothes that were exactly alike.
Oh, those are the McFarland twins, Art and George. We have their orchestra tonight.
Well, I'd like to meet him. He seems to be a nice fellow.
You'd like to meet them? Twins are 2 people.
Well, they sure look alike. If it wasn't for that glint in George's eye, I couldn't tell them apart.
My, it's a romantic program tonight. Hey, fellas, come on out here and take a bow. The McFarland twins. Gosh, I can't tell these guys apart myself. Well, fellas, I'm glad to have you on the program. How do you feel?
To tell the truth, Mr. Benny, we're a little nervous.
A little nervous, eh?
Yeah, we didn't sleep a wink last night.
Say, I'd like to get things straightened out here. Which one of you is Art and which is George?
I'm Art and he's George.
Well, look, one of you will have to take that alone. Now, which is which?
I'm Art and he's George. I'm George and he's Art.
I'm Mary and you're Jack.
I know. Now, fellas, It's about time for your band number, but first I think our audience would like to know a few facts about you. Now, where were you boys born?
Detroit, Michigan.
Uh-huh. Well, we got some boys here from Detroit. Whereabouts in Detroit were you born, brother?
To tell the truth, Mr. Benny, I was born in a taxi cab.
Well.
I made the hospital.
Oh, then Art is really a few minutes older than you, eh, George?
Yeah, I ask his advice about everything.
Very good, George.
I'm Art. No, I'm Art.
Oh, I thought he was George.
No, I'm George.
What?
I can't stand this. I'm going to blow my brains out.
Dennis, put down that atomizer. Now that we're acquainted, fellas, what do you say we have a nice hot band number?
Just a minute, Mr. Benny. We haven't discussed our salary with you.
Salary? Go ahead and play, fellas.
Hey, we're not playing till we straighten this out. When do we get paid?
Well, it's very simple.
Sure. Every Monday, Jack invites us up to his hotel for roast turkey.
Never mind.
And we have to hunt for our money in the dressing.
I did that just 1 week for a gag.
I got 15 cents and a giblet.
All right, let's have your number, fellas, and we'll talk about money later. Come on, boys, let's have it. That was For Me and My Gal, played by the McFarland Twins and their orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, I'd like to give you a brief description of these two boys. Now, let's see. They have brown hair, brown eyes, 2 heads, 4 arms, and twin beds. They also have one salary. And now, folks...
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, one salary?
We'll talk about that later. And now, folks, sit down, fellas. Sit down.
Yeah, sit down before he knocks you down.
Dennis.
What was that crack, Benny?
He said it, not me. Please, sit down. And now, folks... Gee, I'd be a fool to start a fight with 2 fellas. Oh, really, I would, huh?
You'd be a fool to start a fight with 2 girls.
You stay out of this. And now, folks, for our feature attraction this evening...
I think one girl could take you.
What are you guys laughing at out there? Anyway, I'm ignoring that. Now, for our feature attraction this evening, and inasmuch as we are broadcasting only 20 miles from Washington, D.C., we are going to present a modernized version of one of Hollywood's greatest motion pictures, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. That is, we are going to show you what would happen if a young senator were to arrive in Washington today.
In the first place, he'd never get a room.
Quiet, that's our plot.
I mean it. I'm staying at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington, and I had to take the bridal suite.
The bridal suite? What's wrong with that?
No groom.
Oh. Anyway, Washington is crowded. So is Baltimore, where Dennis and I are staying.
I've got lovely accommodations at the Belvedere, Mr. Benny, but the view isn't so hot.
Oh, what floor are you on, Dennis?
All of them. I've got a cot in the elevator.
The elevator? My goodness. Anyway, folks, in our drama...
I have my ups and downs, believe me.
All right, I'm up and down. In our drama... Always comes in with those things there. In our drama, I will play the part of the young senator from Illinois. Mary will be my secretary, and Don, you're going to be the senator from your home state, Colorado.
Well, thanks, Jack. That's very nice of you.
Well, now, Dennis, you've got a swell part in our sketch. You're going to play my father.
Your father?
Yes.
I'll probably get slugged for this, so I won't say it.
That's right. Now, let's see if you can play the part of my dad.
Okay. Now, sit down here, Sonny, and I'll tell you the facts of life.
The facts of life? Good, go ahead.
Now I'm stuck.
Never mind, you'll do. Anyway, folks, our play will go on immediately after a song by my father, Dennis Day. Go ahead, kid. That was I Just Kissed Your Picture Goodnight, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, there's something I meant to tell you. Did you hear the plug that Fred Allen gave you on the air last Sunday?
Fred Allen gave me a plug?
Yeah, I heard it, too.
A plug? Well, what did he say?
Well, Fred said a policeman stopped some people driving down Broadway last Sunday and said, "Hey, don't you know you're not supposed to drive around in your car anymore? Where are you going?"
Uh-huh.
So the driver said, "We're going over to see the Jack Benny program."
Yeah.
And the cop said, "Well, as long as it's not for pleasure, go ahead."
So that's the plug Alan gave me? Listen, Dennis, what do you mean plug? That's an insult.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, I still think it's nice that we're the only program people can drive to.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that kid's half Pollyanna and half stupid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's about time you were getting here.
Hello, boss. Did you send for me?
Yes, Rochester, I want you to play a part in our sketch tonight. You're going to be a Pullman porter.
A Pullman porter?
Don't act so surprised. What did you do before you worked for me?
I was president of a bank.
Now, wait a minute. What bank were you the president of?
The Harlem, put in your money and we'll roll you double and nothing for the interest. Trust company.
What?
Incorporated, limited, and bounce them against the wall.
I see. Well, tonight you're going to be a porter on the express train that runs between Chicago and Washington.
Can't you make that a local? I got a gal in Pittsburgh.
Sorry, Rochester. This will have to be an express.
Okay, let's go. I tried, honey.
And now, folks, for our political drama, Mr. Benny Goes to Washington. Take it down, Wilson.
The opening scene is the railroad station at Waukegan, Illinois. Jackson Benny, a local boy, has been elected to the United States Senate. And the whole town, including his father, Zeke Benny, has gathered at the depot to see him off. Listen to George Pritchard and his Waukegan Firehouse Band.
Isn't that thrilling, Dad? Those cheers are all for me.
I'm mighty proud of you, son. Wipe your nose.
Thank you.
Speed!
Thank you, folks. Thank you. I sure appreciate your coming down to the station. And the first thing I intend to do as senator is to carry out my campaign promise to definitely. And after that bill has been passed, I will positively. And in closing, I would like to repeat my campaign slogan. Vote for Benny and get him out of town. That's all, folks. I thank you. Now, where's my secretary?
Here I am. Wipe your nose.
Thank you. Are my trunks on the train, Miss Livingston?
Yes, but you ought to be wearing them. You'll freeze.
I mean my baggage. Well, that's my train, I guess. Goodbye, everybody. So long, Dad.
Wait a minute, son. I hear there's a lot of gals in Washington. I'm going with you.
You can't go, Dad. You haven't got your toothbrush.
Haven't got my teeth either. Let's go.
Okay, come on.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 1 for Chicago. South Bend, North Bend, East Bend, West Bend, and I've been fine. How have you been?
That guy's been out on a bender. That corny. Come on, Dad. Come on, Miss Livingston. We're off to Washington.
8 hours later, and our young senator is well on his way to the nation's capital.
Just think, tomorrow morning I'll be in Washington. Washington, D.C.,
I've always wondered, son, what does the D.C. stand for?
Yes, sir. Well, a senator's got a lot of important things to do. Might as well get started. Take a letter, Miss Livingston.
I didn't bring my notebook and pencil.
Oh, fine. You've been my secretary for 8 years, and you haven't taken down one word.
Well, you haven't said anything.
That's so. Just for that, sister, you can get off my lap.
And then your father better get off mine.
Well, the train's crowded. Now, where's my briefcase? Say, Porter.
Yes, Senator?
Have you seen my briefcase? I want to get my cough medicine out of it.
Was that stuff cough medicine?
Yes.
My!
Oh, so you thought it was something else. Well, it says right on the bottle, take two tablespoons. Take 2 tablespoons before retiring.
Well, I'm going to bed. I don't know what about you.
We both need rehearsing there. What?
Good night, Senator.
Oh, well, I can get some more medicine in Washington tomorrow morning.
Before we get there, will you please take off those spats that say vote for Benny on them?
Oh, yes, I wore those to get the midget vote. I think I'll rehearse my speech for the Senate. Fellow senators, I am here today to plead for the Waukegan bill. A bill that will provide for...
Hooray.
The following morning, and we find our young hero about to enter the lobby of a prominent Washington hotel.
Gee, things are crowded here. I hope we can get rooms.
Well, let's try this hotel.
Okay. Well, they're full. I can see that.
4 hours later.
Pardon me, sir. Have you got any vacant rooms in this hotel?
No, and wipe your nose up.
Thank you.
Three days later.
This looks like a new place. Pardon me. Can we get rooms here for tonight?
We have no rooms. We have no suite. We haven't even got a seat. But that's the way it always goes. I'm sorry, sir, and wipe your nose.
Thank you.
Two weeks later.
Pardon me. Do you have rooms here?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, have we got rooms here?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, have we got rooms here?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll try someplace else.
1 month later, and our weary group is still on the march.
Walking. I'll never get to the Senate.
Look, Senator, there's a nice hotel, and it doesn't seem crowded.
Where?
Right ahead of us. See that sign? Hotel Vacancy.
That's vacancy. It means they got rooms. Let's go in. At last we found a place. I'll speak to the clerk. Pardon me, sir. I wonder if you have any...
Hello, stranger.
Say, Slap, we saw your sign out front, vacancy. What can you do for us?
Well, Senator, for 25 cents, you can hang all night in the coat room.
Uh-huh.
And for 50 cents, you can sleep on the jukebox.
Jukebox?
Right in the Führer's face, 5 cents extra.
Yes?
And for $1, you can ride the revolving door and sleep like a top.
Well, I'm willing to spend money. What do you got for $10?
For $10, I'll sell you this brick.
A brick? What am I going to do with that?
You can break my window and sleep in jail.
Okay, give it to me. Come on, Dad. Come on, Miss Livingston. We're off to the clink. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting from the Marine base at Quantico, Virginia. Tomorrow night, we'll be seeing you boys at the U.S. Naval Station at Bainbridge, Maryland, with the whole gang, including Danny Kaye, the star of Let's Face It. Also hope to be in Washington for the President's Ball. Good night, Joni.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from the United States Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and the McFarland Twins and their orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, From Quantico, Virginia, where we're broadcasting to the world's roughest, toughest fighting men, the United States Marines,
You said it.
we bring you the Waukegan Cream Puff, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hey, what happened to that first number there? My goodness. I thought Phil Harris was back with us again. I mean, what the... hello again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, you can talk about my gray hair, and you can kid me about being, shall I say, conservative. But when you call me a cream puff, that's a going too far. Why, when I was a young fella in Waukegan, everybody used to call me the Mangler.
The Mangler? My goodness, why did they call you that?
I used to crush strawberries at a soda fountain. I was the best jerk they had. Soda, of course. And talk about being tough. Why, Don, would you believe it? When I was only 8 years old, I had a fight with a kid who was over 12.
And what happened?
I knocked her cold. She had it coming, though. She was always dipping my curls in the inkwell. But you're right about these Marines, Don. They're as rugged a bunch of boys as I've ever seen. I mean, they've got what it takes. Pardon me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the Marine station here, I want to welcome you to Quantico.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Pull in your gut.
Yes, sir. Gee, these guys are really in condition, aren't they, Don?
Yes, they certainly are. By the way, Jack, how's Mary's cold? Is she going to be on the program tonight?
No, she isn't, Don. She'll be back next Sunday, though. You know, we've been knocking around the country at a pretty fast clip, and a woman can't take it like we men. I feel fine myself.
You do, Mr. Benny?
Yeah. How do I look?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but you look like something that's cat dragged out.
That's in. Dragged in.
This cat dragged you out again.
Never mind. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Dennis, what do you mean I look bad? I mean, what's wrong with me?
Well, gee, you're awful pale and run down looking.
Well, sure I'm pale. I ruined my sun lamp trying to make waffles in it. What else is wrong?
Remember this morning on the train when you were shaving?
Yeah?
Well, you cut yourself and no blood came out.
Yikes! Well, that settles it. I got to see a doctor. I'll mail out bids and get an estimate on a good checkup. First thing tomorrow.
Tell me, Jack, who's going to take Mary's place on the program tonight? After all, we do need a girl's voice.
Well.
Don't look at me. I'm just a tenor.
I'm not looking at you. I was about to say that Virginia Bruce is going to be with us tonight.
Virginia Bruce?
Yeah, she's down here on location for a picture, and she very graciously consented to come over.
You mean Virginia Bruce, the big movie actress?
Yes, sir.
You mean the beautiful blonde with the dreamy eyes that I'll fall madly in love with and ask her to marry me and she'll say no and I'll hang myself with that lousy necktie you gave me for Christmas?
Oh, boy, what an imagination that kid's got.
It comes in handy when you haven't got a girl, believe me.
All right. Anyway, Miss Bruce will be here in a few minutes. And, Dennis, I want you to be on your best behavior.
What do you mean?
I mean, no standing on your head and showing off. And now, folks...
He hates me because I can stand on my head.
I hate you because your head is flat and you can do it the easy way. It's not fair to the rest of us. Well, here comes the musical end of the program, the McFarland twins. Hello, Art, George.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Gee, these two boys do look exactly alike. If George didn't owe me $5, I couldn't tell them apart. By the way, George, when are you going to pay me that money?
Right now. I'm tired of wearing this ring in my nose.
Well, I had to mark you. I didn't want to get that old runaround, you know. Now, fellas, Virginia Bruce should be here pretty soon, so in the meantime, let's have your band number.
Gee, is Virginia Bruce going to be on this program?
That's right.
I think she's terrific. Don't you, George? I think she's terrific. Don't you, Art?
I think she's terrific. Don't you, Dennis?
Dennis, stop talking to yourself. Now, come on, fellas, let's have that band number and put some real stuff in it. Remember, we're playing for the United States Marines. A bunch of red-blooded, raring-tearing guys. Eh, Sergeant Wilson?
You said it, buddy.
And now, boys.
Twins, that's a hot one.
What do you mean, a hot one? It so happens, Dennis, that they are twins.
Oh, yeah? One of them throws his voice and the other one's a dummy.
Believe me, Dennis, there's no ventriloquism involved. They're both flesh and blood.
Then I better quit carving my initials in the one I thought was wood.
Yes. And now, boys, no use waiting. I got to give that kid a hot chocolate with a Mickey in it. Now, boys, I'd like to have you meet that beautiful and talented screen actress, Miss Virginia Bruce. Come on over here and take a bow, Virginia.
Thank you, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Well, listen to that. You know, Virginia, you got more applause than I did.
Well, this is my last pair of nylon stockings. I'm glad they're doing a good job.
Oh, is that it? Well, now that you brought up the subject, Virginia, I've got pretty good-looking legs myself. Here, look. Not bad, eh?
I'd hate to get an order of mashed potatoes with that many lumps in them.
Well, I've been taking vitamin pills, and they don't dissolve, you know? But, I don't know. I think my legs are gorgeous.
And those pink lace garters. Did you borrow them from Mary?
Oh, no, Virginia. A girl threw them at me in a burlesque theater. She hooked my ear with one of them, but the other one I had to fight for. What a brawl.
My hand still hurts where you stomped on it.
Well, don't be so grabby. Oh, Virginia, this is our young tenor, Dennis Day.
Hello, Dennis.
Gee, Miss Bruce, this is the happiest moment of my life.
Well.
Just say the word and I'll stand on my head.
Dennis, you'll have to pardon him, Virginia. He's so emotional.
You're panting a little yourself, Daddy.
Oh, yes, I am. And this is our announcer, Don Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
How do you do, Miss Bruce? I can't stand on my head for you, but I can shuffle my chins like a deck of cards. Don, don't act like a schoolboy. Get a load of them, fellas. Huckleberry Hippo. And now, Virginia, I'd like you to meet the twins, Art and George.
I'm glad to know you, boys.
Same here.
See, aren't they cute, Virginia?
My goodness, Jack, I didn't know you had twins.
Oh, they're not mine. They're the McFarlane twins. By the way, Virginia, I understand you're down here making a picture. How's it coming along?
Well, we haven't started shooting yet. Mr. Ratoff, the director, is looking over typical southern locations.
Oh, you mean Gregory Ratoff?
Yes, you ought to meet him, Jack. He has the cutest Russian dialect.
Oh, I know Ratoff and his dialect. We're old friends. Did you tell Gregory you were going to be on my program tonight?
Certainly.
What did he say?
Watch out, Virginia. He's old, but he's a wolf.
Well, I do have my romantic moments. By the way, Virginia, speaking of pictures I've been in...
Who's speaking of pictures you've been in?
I am. You see, I've got a new one coming out pretty soon called The Meanest Man in the World. A nice title, isn't it?
Yeah. But, Jack, that doesn't fit you at all. Why, good heavens, you're not the meanest man in the world.
I'm not?
Of course not. How could anyone be mean who has such a sweet, friendly smile?
Well,
big blue eyes that are always twinkling.
Well, my eyes have been compared to the waters of the Minnetonka. What else, Virginia?
Well, we've already mentioned your lumpy legs.
Oh, those are vitamin pills, you know.
I'm just kidding, Jack. You're really one of the nicest, sweetest, kindest, most considerate.
Most lovable?
Wait for me.
Oh, pardon me. You know, Virginia, it's funny that all the time we've been in Hollywood, you and I have never made a picture together. You know, you'd think that...
Come on, Virginia, let's get going.
Hey, that sounds like Ratoff. What's he doing here?
Oh, he came to pick me up. We're interviewing several local boys to play opposite me in the picture.
Oh, you mean you haven't got a leading man yet?
No, we're looking for a young fellow with one of those charming southern accents.
Well, shut my mouth, honey child. Why'd you all say so sooner? How's that sound, Virginia?
Like a minstrel show, but maybe Ratoff will like it.
It's a cinch. When he hears me talking like this, he'll come right...
Open that door or I break it down. I'm a Russian and I'm advancing.
Come on in, Gregory. Well, this is a surprise. How are you, Gregory? I haven't seen you since Hollywood.
Fine, Jack. I sure like it down here in old Virginia.
In old Virginia?
That's what we all Southerns call Kentucky.
That's what you call Virginia. Say, Gregory, how's your picture coming along?
It will be colossal, stupendous. It even might make some money.
Say, that sounds like it's going to be an epic.
If it's only an epic, I'll blow my brains up. Say, Jack, how can I miss? I've got the most beautiful leading lady. All we need now is a southern boy for the part of the hero.
I see. Well, I think I can help you out. Listen to this. Your search is ended, sir. I'm at your service. How does that sound?
Like a minstrel show, but maybe I like it.
Good. Now, look, Gregory, have you got the script with you?
Right in my pocket.
Well, now I'm going over in the corner and study this, and right after Dennis's number... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you calling from?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, you're still in Washington. Now, listen, Rochester. You were supposed to be on the bus with me at 10 o'clock this morning to go to Quantico. What happened?
Well, I got some friends here.
Yes?
And at 10 o'clock this morning, I was at a party they gave for me last night.
Well, why'd you have to stay till 10 this morning?
We had a bottle of champagne and we couldn't get the cork out till 9:45.
Well, that must have been some party. Who was there?
Well, there was my brother and his second wife.
Uh-huh.
And my cousin and my brother's first wife.
Uh-huh.
And there was my sister who married a total stranger.
Oh.
And then we also had my Uncle Sylvester who came in from Beverly Hills, California.
I didn't know you had an uncle in Beverly Hills. Where does he live?
360 North Camden Drive.
Wait a minute. That's my address. That's my house.
I've been meaning to tell you, boss, he lives in the garage.
Oh, I thought I saw lights there at night. Now, Rochester, how long has your Uncle Sylvester been living in my garage?
Well, $2 a week. I got $80. 40 weeks, boss.
Well, that's my fault. I should have suspected something when I saw you carrying all those pork chops out to my horse. Well, I'll talk to you about this later. Goodbye.
So long, Mr. Benny.
Imagine his uncle living in my garage. Sing, Dennis. Now, don't run away, Virginia and Gregory. I'm going to study this part. That was As Time Goes By from Casablanca, starring Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman, and sung by Dennis Day. Well, Gregory, I glanced over the script, and I'm more convinced than ever that I'm just the guy for the part of a Southern boy.
Part nothing. I want a guy that can do the whole thing.
I'll do the whole thing, and I'll be colossal.
Colossal is a big word. Don't kick it around.
You should talk. Well, Virginia, it looks like I'm going to be your leading man.
But, Jack, you haven't even rehearsed the part.
It's bound to work out. I can just see it in lights. Virginia Bruce and Jack Benny in a Gregory Ratoff production.
Leave my name out of it.
Now, wait a minute, Gregory. Don't run me down till you try me. Now, let's get started with the rehearsal.
Okay, I'll get my technical advisor.
Your technical advisor?
Certainly. He's a real Southern colonel, and he knows all about Dixie. Come on in, Colonel.
Is that the colonel?
Hello, stranger.
Schlepperman, how long have you been a Southern colonel?
Since Tuesday. Rather put an ad in the paper.
Oh.
But don't you all give me away, all.
I won't, but Schlep, I can't imagine you being a technical advisor. What do you know about the South?
Tote that barge. Lift that bale. Mammy's little baby loves softening. Mammy's little baby loves softening bread. I'll take some fire.
Say, that's pretty good.
I tell you, Jack, he's terrific.
So you like him, eh, Rathoff?
His dialect kills me.
Well, what do you say we get started? Let's try a scene from the picture, Gregory, so you can see what I do. A love scene, that's where I shine.
All right, a love scene. Now, Miss Bruce and Mr. Benny, take your places. Now, Jack, it is a hot summer night, and you are waiting for your sweetheart on the veranda.
I see.
Then the butler comes in.
The butler, eh?
Yes. His name is Julep, and you ask him for a piece of candy.
The butler's name is Julep?
Look, it says right here, bring me a mint, Julep.
That's bring me a mint julep. It's a drink made with bourbon.
Bourbon, schmorbon, all I know is vodka.
Oh, Mr. Radoff, where am I in this scene?
You are in the garden, and you are heartbroken because your lover is going away. You are sniffling a rose.
Sniffling a rose? What's that?
That's the way he talks, Jack. Yesterday he went into a restaurant and ordered a porter horse steak.
Porter horse? Say, he might have been right. Hey, that's a good one.
Quiet, actor. I am in charge here.
All right. How does this thing start?
The butler has told you that your sweetheart is in the garden. Now you enter the garden. Music.
Oh, Magnolia. Magnolia, honey. Where are you all?
I'm over here by the bird bath, sugar.
Oh, if you're taking a bath, I'll come back later. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. It isn't her. It is night, and the gales are bathing.
You mean the nightingales are bathing?
That's what I said. I see.
Okay. Magnolia, honey, I'm a-leaving tonight. But before I go, there's something I gotta ask you.
Yes, Finch Bottom?
Finch Bottom? Magnolia, honey, I want you to do me the honor of becoming my wife.
Your wife? Oh, Finch Bottom.
Kiss me, Magnolia. Kiss me. Kiss me, Magnolia. Kiss me.
Well, go ahead, Jack. Kiss her.
How can I kiss her when she keeps ducking? Oh, still, will you, Virginia?
All right, let's take that line again.
Excuse me, Jack. Oh, Mr. Radoff, may I speak to you a minute alone?
Certainly. What's on your mind, Virginia?
Well, wait a minute. I better whisper it.
What's the whispering for?
Listen, Gregory.
All right, so he drools a little.
Cut out the whispering. Now, come on over here, Virginia, and let's do this love scene.
You better tell him, Gregory.
Sorry, Jack, you cannot have the part.
What do you mean I can't have the part?
In Russia, we are very direct. You stink.
What?
Colossally.
Now, wait a minute, Gregory. Listen, Virginia, I can do this love scene if you'll just give me a chance.
But, Jack, you're so violent, so passionate.
Passionate?
Look, there's steam all over your glasses.
Well, I'll wipe them all. Now, don't worry, Virginia. Let's try it again. And this time I'll be as gentle as a lamb.
Animal picture I will not direct.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now, come on, let's go. Magnolia, honey, I want you to do me the honor of becoming my wife.
Your wife? Oh, Finch Bottom.
Kiss me, Magnolia. Kiss me. Now, how was that, Virginia? Do I get the part or not?
Wow, you certainly do as far as I'm concerned.
That's great.
Now kiss Gregory and see what he says.
Gregory. Kiss me, Finch-and-Bottom, kiss me. Now, cut that out. Oh, what's the use? Play McFarland.
And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to thank Miss Bruce and Mr. Ratoff for appearing on our program tonight. Miss Bruce will be with us tomorrow when we do a show for you Army boys at Newport News, Virginia, and also Tuesday for you Navy boys at Norfolk. Good night, Dow. Good night, everybody.
This program is for the entertainment of the personnel at the United States Marine Base at Quantico, Virginia, and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of the product by the Navy Department. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little surprise for you. Jack wired us that owing to a slight delay coming up on the train from Norfolk, Virginia, he will be just a few minutes late. So while we're waiting for Jack, I'll turn the mic over to his very good friend, the famous star of Showtime, Georgie Jessel.
Thank you, fellas. Hello again. This is Georgie Jessel, pinch hitting for Benny. And I want to tell you folks that I'm very happy to be here tonight for two reasons. First, it's an honor and a pleasure to help Jack out. And second, I must get something for this. And, of course, Don, it's nice working with you, too.
Well, thank you, Georgie. I think we'll get along fine.
By the way, Don, Jack does expect to pay me for this. I mean, he won't take advantage of our friendship, will he?
Oh, no, Georgie. Jack wouldn't do a thing like that. Why, I'm sure he'll compensate you for your work.
Fine. Well, I hope it's with money. You see, Don, I've already got a hand-painted necktie. And I don't like the way Jack paints them anyway.
See? Now, wait a minute, Georgie. You're not really worried about Jack paying you for tonight, are you?
Well, I'm not exactly worried, but I'd like to be on one program where I don't have to write in a part for my lawyer. Well, what happened to Jack, and why is he so late?
Well, Georgie, last week we played camps around Washington, D.C. and Virginia. And Jack and Rochester missed the train at Norfolk.
Missed the train?
Yes, you see, Jack told Rochester to wake him up at 9 a.m., but Rochester overslept, and I imagine Jack was pretty burned up when he awoke.
Imagine missing my own program. Listen, Rochester, there's no excuse for your oversleeping this morning, especially after I gave you that alarm clock.
Well, I was dreaming I was in the ring with Joe Louis, and when the bell rang, I came out fighting.
And what happened?
You know, Mr. Lewis, he smacked me right back to sleep again.
Look, Rochester, I'm not interested in your dreams.
You're always telling me yours, boss. Remember the night you dreamt you was a mother robin?
Never mind.
And you woke up sitting in your toupee?
On a billiard ball yet. Anyway, Rochester, this is the last time I'm going to take you on a trip east with me. The only time I see you is when you need money. We've been away from home 2 months. You've spent more dough than I have.
That ain't no record.
You've spent plenty, and most of the time you lose it in a crap game.
A crap game?
Yes.
Up in Harlem, we call it ivory stock market.
I don't care what you call it. We'll talk about this later.
Say, boss, who's taking your place on the program tonight?
A fellow named Georgie Jessel. He's a great pal of mine.
Mr. Jessel? I never seen him. What does he look like?
Well, I'd say that Jessel was medium height, nice personality, and looks something like an anteater. Although I doubt if he does. Say, is there a radio in this observation car?
There's one right over by that lady.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, madam. Do you mind if I tune in on the radio? I want to hear the Grape Nuts Flakes program.
Is that the show with Jack Benny on it?
Yes. Good heavens, she jumped out the window. Oh, well, everybody can't like me.
Now, Rochester, tune in NBC. It's around 65 on the dial.
Yes, sir.
Well, Don, how am I doing so far? Do you think I'm handling the program all right?
Well, to tell you the truth, George, and please don't repeat this to Jack.
Oh, you can trust me, Don.
I think you've given this program new life. Frankly, Jack belongs to the yuck school of humor.
Yuck.
Say, Georgie, you've known Jack a long while, haven't you?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, Jack and I did an act together in vaudeville. We were known as Myrtle, the Dancing Horse.
Oh, did you and Jack work in a horse costume?
Oh, yes, and Jack did a great job, even though he had the worst end of it. You know what I mean, Don? He couldn't look out at the audience and wink like I did, huh? By the way, Don, where is Mary?
Here I am. Hello, Georgie.
Hello.
There's Miss Livingston. Doesn't she sound natural?
Yeah. Brace yourself, boys. Here it comes.
She better be careful what she says.
Well, Mary, I guess you're anxious for Jack to get back. It'll seem rather strange working with me, won't it?
No, I like to work with you, Georgie. You want to know something? Now, don't repeat this to Jack, will
Oh,
you?
you can trust me.
Well, believe me, it gets pretty tiresome week after week looking at that blank face of his. Looks like a pot of library paste.
Whoever saw a library paste with big blue eyes?
Well, Mary, after all, I'm not so much to look at myself.
But at least you're different. You smile and laugh once in a while. Jack never laughs.
Well, my teeth don't slip out.
That's a good one.
Shut up, Rochester. Now, you shut up, Rochester. My teeth don't slip out.
No, sir. You hold them in better than anybody.
Quiet now. I want to hear this.
Say, Mary, I'd like to ask you something, and believe me, you're the first one I've mentioned this to. What do you think Jack's going to give me for taking his place on the program tonight?
Well, first he'll come in and ask you how much you want.
Yes?
Then he'll offer you half of that.
And if I won't take it?
He'll pull a knife on you.
Can you imagine that?
Well, Mary, you can't be serious. My goodness, he isn't that tight.
He isn't, eh? Listen, Georgie. Jack has been traveling around the East for 8 weeks, and he's still got California air in his pocketbook.
Oh, he must have opened it up to let the moth see Radio City.
Rochester.
He ain't no good at all.
Gee, I wish this train would get in.
And, George, do you want me to tell you something else?
What is it?
Well, Jack took me to the Stork Club the other night, and when the waiter brought the check...
What's the matter? What are you laughing at?
Well, Jack pulled his violin out of his vest and said, "Go away, I work here."
That's a big fib.
Well, Mary, you've given me a very vivid picture of what I'll have to go through when Jack comes in.
Look, Rochester, we're getting into the Penn Station.
That's right.
New York, all out. Last one off the train is a pot of library paste. Catch on?
Grab those bags, Rochester. I want to rush over to the studio.
Okay.
I'll go right to my hotel and pack the trunk. Remember, we're leaving town tomorrow. Oh, Porter! Porter!
That was Brazil, played by Abe Lyman and his band. And I must say, Abe, after hearing the boys, that I'm surprised the way Jack ran down your orchestra a couple of weeks ago. He shouldn't do that.
Of course he shouldn't. My music is all right.
Well, that I wouldn't say, but Jack should never mention it. By the way, Abe, I don't know whether you know this or not, but I have been writing an autobiography. Autobiography. That means the story of my life.
Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Inasmuch as we've been friends for years, I've got something in it about you. Now, is that okay?
Yeah, but don't put nothing in about that dame in Cincinnati.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. I'll simply mention that you're a bon vivant, a raconteur, an entrepreneur. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, just leave out that dame in Cincinnati.
Oh, I will. You see, this book I'm writing it's called So Help Me, and it ought to be out any
now,
day.
wait a minute, Georgie. Here comes Dennis Day. Do you know him?
No, not personally, no.
Well, you'll like him, George. He's a great kid, although he's a little naive.
Oh, you just leave Dennis to me. I'll handle him all right.
I'll bet you $1 he'd drive you nuts.
All right, it's a bet.
Here he is, Georgie.
Well, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you have a nice trip?
Nice trip, Benny. What is this?
Hey, Don, did Mr. Benny miss the train in Norfolk, Virginia?
Wait a minute, Dennis. It's Jessel. Jessel.
Where's that?
Well, I've lost 35 cents already. Now, listen, Dennis, I'm just taking Jack's place until he gets here.
Jack who?
Here's your $1, Mary.
Thanks.
Hey, what's going on?
Why, nothing, Dennis. I just bet Mary $1 that you couldn't drive me nuts.
She wins more money that way.
Well, all I can say is this entire event looks good for a total loss to me, I'll tell you.
Hello, fellas. Hello, here I am.
Well, it's sure good to be back.
And am I glad to see you, Jack. Believe me.
Me too. I kind of miss you, old pal.
So did I, Jack. Boy, am I tickled to see you.
Oh, yes, of course, certainly. I'm tight except for my teeth that slip out, and I got a face like a pot of library paste.
Doesn't have to be in a pot.
Well, there was a radio on the train. I heard every word you fellas said. That was fine loyalty talking behind my back.
I didn't say anything about you, Mr. Benny.
I know you didn't, Dennis.
I just got here.
I know that, too. Well, hello, Georgie. How did you like taking my place tonight?
I will know in a little while.
Well, I appreciate your coming over and helping me out. It was a great display of friendship.
Here it comes, Georgie.
I'm ready. Now, look, Jack, we're very good friends, you know. But this is my business, the same as yours.
I understand that now. But look, Georgie.
Look, nothing. You wired me to come here, I did, and I expect to get paid.
Well, take it easy, Georgie. I'll give you a check for whatever you think your time is worth. Now, what do you want?
Well, now, Jack, let me put it this way. If I don't sleep well tonight, it should be from happiness.
Now, don't beat around the bush, Georgie. How much do you want?
I'll take $500. But if you put down that knife, we'll start at 1,000.
I'll give you 500. Let's not argue about it. Now, let's see. Where's my checkbook? Gosh, I don't think I've...
Here's a blank check, Mr. Benny.
Thanks. Now, let's see. If I'd only brought my fountain
Here's a fountain pen, Mr. Benny.
Go away! Well, I got the check and fountain pen. Might as well start writing.
I may be wrong, but I think your hair just went a shade grayer.
Quiet. February 17th, 1900, and now the amount.
Wait a minute. This is 1943, Jack, not 45.
Oh, pardon me. Now, just a second. Pay to the order of... Say, how do you want this made out? George Jessel or Georgie Jessel?
Just put down man, $500.
All right, here's your check.
Well, now, thank you very much. Well, I guess I'll be running along now, and I'll see you tomorrow night at the banquet, Jack.
Yeah.
What banquet is that, Mr. Benny?
Well, next Sunday's my birthday, and since we'll be in Toronto, some of my friends here in New York are throwing a little party for me tomorrow night. Who's going to be there, Georgie?
All your pals on Broadway, everybody, from Benny Rubin to Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? Now, wait a minute. This is my birthday party, and I don't want Allen there.
But, Jack, we need a crowd. We need everybody we can get to blow out the candles.
Now, cut that out. I'm not nearly as old as you are, Georgie, and you know it.
Go on. I read in Newsweek magazine yesterday that you were 47 years old.
47? That's a misprint.
You mean it should be 74?
No. I mean, it should be 33, like I feel. All right, Alan. All right, Alan can come to the party.
I knew that would happen.
I knew it. Why don't I put commas there? All right, comma. Alan can come to the party. Well, look but I don't want him to make any speeches about me.
Well, don't you worry, Jack, because I'm the only speaker at the table, comma, and I got my speech. I have my speech all prepared.
You have? What are you going to say?
Well, something like this. Gentlemen, we are gathered here tonight to pay tribute to a man who, some odd years ago, was born in a log cabin near what is now the town of Waukegan, Illinois.
Log cabin?
There was great rejoicing in this frontier settlement.
Frontier?
And friendly Indians came from far and wide to bring gifts of beads and moccasins to the first white child born in this wilderness.
Now, wait a minute, Georgie. When I was born, Waukegan was a good-sized town. I'm only 33.
All right, I'll say you're 33.
Good.
And to make that believable, I'll wear diapers.
I don't care what you wear.
All right, thank you very much, Jack, and I'll see you tomorrow.
So long, Georgie.
So long.
So long. Oh, darn it. Darn it, I forgot something. Oh, Georgie, wait a minute. I want to ask you something.
What is it?
Georgie, I hear you're writing a book with a lot of anecdotes about yourself and people in show business. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Well, does my name come up in it?
Oh, sure, Jack. Several times.
Well, look, Georgie.
Yeah?
Do me a favor, will you?
Yeah?
Don't mention that dame in Cincinnati. Yeah, I mean, you know. Well, so long, Georgie.
So long. Come on.
Well, go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your song.
What do you want to see Georgie about?
I want to make his check a little higher, you know. Sing, kid. Sing, kid. Well, my goodness. That was Moonlight Mood, sung by Dennis Day. And very, very good, Dennis.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Benny, I think it was awfully nice of Mr. Jessel to come over here and help you out tonight.
What do you mean, nice? You got $500 for it.
Well, for heaven's sake, you don't expect Georgie to come over here and work for nothing, do you?
Well, why not? He's a friend of mine.
Well, would you work on his show for nothing?
Listen, Don, I'm talking to Miss Livingston.
Well, would you?
That's Don's question. Think of your own.
I've got one.
Shut up. Now, look, fellas, Georgie was here. He did a good job. He got paid, so let's forget about it. And now I have an announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, here is important information for all of you who have friends, relatives, or sweethearts in our armed forces abroad. If you want your letters to get overseas quickly and safely, use V-mail, which is dispatched by the most expeditious means.
Expeditious? What's the idea of pulling those big words?
Listen, Abe, expeditious isn't a big word.
Anything over 3 letters is showing off.
Abe, I know you have a set of blocks, but some of them must be missing there. One leader I'd like to get that's been through 3rd grade. Let me finish this, will you, Abe? Huh? Will you go over and lay down someplace? Or lie down, excuse me. Among the advantages of V-mail is the fact that it's the fastest of all wartime communications. But remember, folks, V-mail is not for domestic use. Only use it when you write to the boys overseas. And our listeners in Canada should go to their local post office for information. Thank you very much. And fellas, my gang, now speaking of Canada, you know we're all leaving for Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto next Tuesday night.
How are you going to send us, by V-mail?
No, we're going by train. And here's something else. Come in. Yes?
Pardon me, I work for Mr. Jessel, and he sent me back here for his cane.
Oh.
My name is Joe Besser.
Lesser?
No, Besser!
Oh, yes. Yes, Besser. I never get that right. Well, Mr. Besser, what does the cane look like?
Something like Jessel, only taller.
Oh, well, he must have left his cane in my dressing room. Now, look, Mr. Besser, my dressing room. You go out this door here, turn to your right. No, turn to your left. Then you walk down 3 steps till you get to the corridor. Then you turn to your right again. No, then take your next left.
Shut up, not so fast!
Oh, pardon me. Well, just ask an usher, and he'll tell you where it is. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I'm going to be at your banquet tomorrow night.
Oh, my birthday party? Well, you know, Mr. Besser, next Sunday, I'll be 33 years old.
You old crazy you.
me mean crazy. I feel like a kid. Now, getting back to our Canadian trip, fellas, when we get to Toronto next week, I want you all to be... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Good. Rochester, did you pack my trunk?
Yes, sir, and it's on its way to Toledo.
Toledo? We're going to Toronto.
Toronto's in Ohio.
Toledo's in Ohio. We're going to Ontario.
I thought you said we were going to Canada.
Look, Rochester, Toledo is in Ohio and Ontario's in Canada. And Toronto's in Ontario. What are you laughing at?
Boss, we sound like Abbott and Costello.
Now, Rochester, concentrate. Here's what you do. Call up the express company here in New York. Tell them to call the express company in Toledo and have them send my trunks to Toronto.
Not so fast!
Rochester, because this is the worst mess that I've ever been in. And And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting from Toronto. And we'll be seeing you Canadian servicemen in Montreal Wednesday, in Ottawa Thursday, and Saturday night at Camp Borden, Ontario. Good night, folks.
The Great Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Alan McIver, and his all-Canadian orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in our broadcasting history, our program this evening originates outside the borders of the United States.
Yes, sir, we're in Toronto, Canada.
Canada, stretching 3,000 miles from Nova Scotia in the east to Vancouver Island in the distant Pacific.
It's big, all right.
Canada, famous for its farming, its lumbering, its mining, and its fur trapping.
Yep, everything from grizzly bear to skunk.
Which brings us to our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny.
And I had to help him out on that. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the grizzly bear, talking. I've got too much hair tonic on me to be that other animal, you know. And, Don, there's a sure thrill broadcasting from the Dominion of Canada. Look at those uniforms out in the audience. Men from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Canadian Active Army, the Royal Canadian Air Force.
And don't forget the Royal Norwegian Air Force.
Yes, sir, they've all turned out. And I love the people up here in Toronto, Don. They're so friendly, and they go out of their way to make you comfortable.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, when I arrived in town, it was snowing. So they dug an underground tunnel from the Union Station to the Royal York Hotel just for me. Now, that's real consideration.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. That tunnel connecting the Union Station and the Royal York Hotel has been there for years.
It has? Gee.
Of course, everybody knows that.
Oh, my goodness. Then I better rush over there right away.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, I've got to take down that sign I put up.
What sign?
Jack Benny Tunnel, admission 10 cents. Gee, people here will think I'm awful, you know?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. By the way, Jack, are you stopping at the Royal York?
Yes, Dennis and I, and Dennis is a ranger, and my riders, and their riders, and a man named McTavish from Winnipeg, who's in the grain business. We're sharing a lovely room. It has twin beds, of course.
Oh, I see. Does your room overlook Lake Ontario?
I don't know. McTavish always hangs his kilt across the window. A nice chap, though, you know. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, on behalf of the English-speaking population of Canada, I'd like to welcome you to Toronto and present you with this genuine Canadian quarter.
A Canadian quarter? Well, thank you. What's that for?
We want you to spend something while you're up here.
Just for that, I'm going to spend that quarter. McTavish and I are going out to dinner. What's left over, we'll split a cigar. Yes, sirree. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Hello. Well, Mary, are you having fun on our little visit to Canada?
I'll say. And what a beautiful city Toronto is. You know, Jack, yesterday I got on a streetcar and went over to visit my cousin.
Oh, do you have a cousin living here in Canada?
Yeah, Vancouver.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You can't take a streetcar from Toronto to Vancouver.
That's his name, Vancouver Livingston.
Oh. Well, Mary, we've certainly covered a lot of ground in 1 week, haven't we? Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal.
You said it. And say, Jack, in Montreal I stayed at the Windsor Hotel, and I slept in the same room that Mrs. Roosevelt had a few days before.
The same room Mrs. Roosevelt had? How do you know?
Well, in the middle of the night, the phone rang. I said, hello.
Yes.
And a voice said, I'm back from North Africa. Where are you?
Oh, then it... Well, it must have been Mrs. Roosevelt's room, all right. Huh?
Speaking of Montreal, Mary, isn't that a romantic old city? What food they have?
To Wilson, a bowl of onion soup is romance.
Mary, but you're... But you're right, Don. The food in Montreal is terrific, especially in those little French restaurants.
You ought to stay out of those little French restaurants until you learn to speak the language.
What are you talking about? I parlay Francois Trey Bonnie. And incidentally, Mary, you should have had some of those escargots I ordered. Yum, yum.
Well, I don't like snails.
Snails? Yikes! Holy smoke, I ate 3 orders of snails.
No wonder you've been walking so slow the last few days.
No, quiet. I can't understand making such a silly mistake while in Waukegan High School, French was my best subject. In fact, we... Come in.
Monsieur Benet?
Oui.
Au nom de la population canadienne-française du Canada, je désire vous souhaiter une cordiale bienvenue à notre beau pays.
Oui, oui. Oui?
What's he saying, Jack?
Well, nothing about snails has come up. That I know. Procédez-vous, Mansour. Procédez-vous.
Nous pensons que vos remarques sont vraiment drôles.
Oui, oui. Continuez.
Et nous apprécions à juste titre votre habileté artistique et espérons bien que votre séjour au Canada sera des plus agréables. Bonsoir.
Well, now that was really sweet, really. I mean, sorry he got away. Sorry he got away so fast. I would love to have parlayed with him longer, you know?
Well, tell us, Jack, what did he say?
What did he say? He said that, he implied, that is, he more or less suggested, look, he's gone, we had a nice chat, now let's forget it. My goodness. Well, Dennis Day. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, Dennis, I haven't seen you since we left Ottawa. You have a good time there?
Yeah, it was wonderful, and I was sure thrilled when we met the king.
The king? The king?
Yeah, King Mackenzie.
That's Mackenzie King. Listen, that's Mackenzie King. He's the Prime Minister.
Oh.
And I enjoyed meeting him, too.
You know, Mr. Benny, these Canadian people sure are generous. They really overdo it.
What do you mean, overdo it?
Well, I gave the girl at the cashier's desk a $10 bill, and she gave me $11 change. She must be nuts about me.
Listen, Dennis, she gave you the right change. You see, $10 American for 11 Canadian is international monetary stabilization and is determined through equitable negotiations on the part of the Canadian and American fiscal policy authorities.
You better lay off those snails, brother.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Now, Dennis, in the first
No,
place...
Jack, stop wasting your breath. Dennis will never get that stuff through his head.
Mary's right. Dennis is too confused to understand such a complicated subject.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be fair about this. Dennis may be a little confused, but he's not dumb. He's not stupid.
Talk is cheap. Let's see you prove it.
Well, there's no use waiting. I'll have to keep that kid in the trunk. Never mind, Dennis. Let's have your song and do a good job. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Unnskyld, Mr. Benny. Får jeg lov å forstyrre dem i programmet et øyeblikk?
Oui, oui, monsieur.
Jack,
What?
Jack, he's not French. He's a Norwegian flyer.
Oh, a Norwegian flyer. Oh, go ahead, sir.
På vegne av alle gutta i det norske flygevåpen som trener her i Canada og er i kamp overseas, vil jeg gjerne benytte anledningen til å si at vi synes de er meget morsomme, og at vi liker dem meget bedre enn røyka laks.
Well, now, would you mind telling me what you said in English?
Mr. Benny, we Norwegians think you are very funny, and we like you much better than smoked white fish.
Well, that's very nice of you. Go ahead and sing then. That was, you'd be so nice to come home to, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell.
Thank you. And Mr. Benny, since today is your birthday, I'd like to dedicate that number to you.
Well.
That's right, Jack. Happy birthday.
Billy Haffer returns the day, old boy.
Well, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Gosh, another birthday.
No kidding, Mr. Benny. Were you really born on February 14th?
Yep, I was a Valentine baby. Cupid brought me instead of the stork.
Stork?
Huh?
A stork?
Yes.
There's something fishy there, but I'm only guessing.
Dennis, I mean Cupid brought me because I was born on Valentine's Day. But the stork brings everybody else.
Oh, you're a little wrong there, Jack. A crane brought me.
What's the difference? Stork, crane, they're both birds.
I mean a crane like in a shipyard.
Oh, you mean a hoist. Well, Don, you're an exception. You see, you were a very heavy baby. I understand your nurse had to jack you up to put your diapers on. Well, anyhow, getting back to me, here it is, another birthday.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get plugged for this. But how old are you exactly?
Well, Dennis, let me put it this way. I'm as frisky as a boy of 10. I feel like sweet 16. And I don't look a day older than 25.
Now, just add those up and you got it.
Mary, I'm not 51. I'm in my late 30s. Or my early 40s.
You were in your early 40s and the gay 90s.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I wish I had a nickel for every time Lillian Russell slapped your face.
I said never mind. But maybe some booze. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet our guest conductor this week, Mr. Alan McIver from Montreal.
Thank you, everybody.
So your name is Alan McIver, eh? Alan. Do you mind if I call you Al?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. You see, I happen to know a fella named Alan, and just the mention of his name makes my hair stand on end.
Open your shirt and show him.
I mean the hair on my head. Well, sir, let's have your band number. What's it going to be?
I've prepared a special arrangement of Canadian capers.
Good.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but I enjoy your work in pictures very, very much.
You do? Well.
Yes, I saw you and George Washington slept here, and you were wonderful.
Thank you.
Especially Ann Sheridan.
Everybody says that. Incidentally, Mr. McIver, I'm in a new picture now called The Meanest Man in the World. I suppose you'll see that.
Who else is in it?
Well, I have a swell role. You see, I play the part of a young lawyer who is a failure because he's so nice and sweet and kind.
Who else is in it?
And it isn't until I change my character and become the meanest man in the world that I achieve the prominence that I so justly deserve.
Who else is in it?
Priscilla Lane and Rochester. Who do you think is in it? Let's have your number. What a fan. Heaven's sake. All right, folks, Canadian tape. And now, Mr. McIver, I think you can play... Who's that? Come in? Well, it's the Canadian girl, the French-Canadian soldier, and the Norwegian flyer. What's this for?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny, and may you have many more of them.
Thank you.
Vous souhaitez une bonne fête, Monsieur Benny. Espérant que vous en aurez beaucoup d'autres.
Merci beaucoup.
Till like med födelsedagen. Jag håper vi vill uppleva många fler av dem.
Mangatalk. Play, McIver. Gee, a birthday in 3 languages. Ain't I something? Yes, sir. That was Canadian Capers played by Al McIver and his orchestra. And Al, that was very, very good and quite apropos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we are in the Dominion of Canada, for our special attraction this evening,
Mary Livingston will read a poem.
Mary Livingston will... Nothing doing, Mary. The poem is out.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell everybody that you think the tunnel from the Union Station to the hotel was dug especially for you.
They know that already.
Then I'll tell them that you're charging a dime to walk through it.
They know that, too.
Do they know you're letting people go through piggyback for 15 cents?
How'd you go through all of that without fluffing a line?
I don't know, Jack.
It's a special rate. That was wonderful. You're very good. Listen. All right, let's have your poem. What's the title of it?
Here's to Canada. It's Army, Navy, Air Force, Merchant Marine, Ferry Command, and the FIMTA.
The FIMTA? What's that?
The fellow I met this afternoon.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Greetings from Don and Dennis and Meade, and Jack with eyes of blue.
They have been compared to Lake Ontario through McTavish's kill. Go ahead, Miss Susan. Go ahead.
Oh, Canada, you are so mighty. Your snow-capped mountains are so whitey.
Whitey?
Your air is cold, your wind is bitey. That's why I wear a flannel nightie.
Hey. Me too.
Oh, Canada, where seals do play, way up north in Hudson Bay. The Eskimos, they live in igloos and keep their pigs in little pigloos.
Mary, they don't have pigs up there. They eat blubber.
The Eskimos, they live on blubber. It looks like steak, but tastes like rubber.
Well.
The nights up there last half a year. So if you walk in your sleep, take a sandwich and beer.
That's right. That's right. A little midnight snack around the middle of December would be good. Is that all? Is that all, Mary?
No, one more verse.
Okay.
So here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Our visit has been wonderful. So thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Very, very good. Very good. Well, Mary, that was a swell poem and a beautiful thought, and I'm sure that goes for all of us. Now, fellas, before I forget it, excuse me, men.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm an Eskimo, and I have a message for you.
Well, a bald-headed Eskimo. He must have a small entrance to his igloo. What's the message, sir?
On behalf of the Eskimos of Canada, Glub, Ugg, Rickajack, Belwa, Zoc, Powie.
What does that mean?
How do I know? I'm a bellboy at the hotel.
How did Bill Morrow get a job as a bellboy? That's right, the Eskimo didn't show up. Now, fellas, as I started to say, tomorrow night when we do our show, I want you all to be ready by 7 o'clock because immediately afterwards we have to take the train for Chicago. That is, you'll be in Chicago and I'll stay in Waukegan. Meanwhile, now who can that be? Hello?
Au revoir, monsieur. C'est moi, Rochester.
Rochester? Why, Rochester, where did you learn to speak French?
Montreal, Mama done told me.
Oh. Well, what do you want, Rochester? What did you call me about?
Well, I'm down here in the tunnel, boy.
In
In the tunnel?
Yeah, train just came in from Ottawa. Shall I lower the toll gate?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Rochester. That isn't my tunnel anymore. People can walk through without paying.
This is a fine time to tell me a Scotsman just knocked me cold with a bagpipe.
What?
That Loch Lomond really packed a wallop.
Well, it was all my fault. There's only one thing to do, and that's give the people back their money. Now, how many dimes did you collect?
Only 3, boss.
Only 3?
2 from a newly married couple who didn't want to stop to argue.
Yes?
And 1 from a bald-headed Eskimo.
Well, the Eskimo's here, and I'll take care of him. See you later, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, Rochester. I hope you sent my trunk to the right town. Last week, you sent it to Toledo instead of Toronto.
Don't worry, boss. It's all packed and on its way to Weehawken.
Weehawken?
Maybe it should be Skowhegan.
It's Waukegan. I told you to send the trunk to Waukegan, Illinois. Now, look, get in touch with Weehawken, and then get in touch with Skowhegan, and have them send the trunk to Waukegan.
You better put an Indian on that, boss. Sean, they come from Paws, those names.
You'll do it yourself. Now, Rochester, that trunk isn't in Waukegan. I mean Skowhegan. I mean Waukegan. When I arrive, this will be your finish. Now, remember when And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting from for servicemen in Chicago, Illinois. I want to say that we have had a marvelous time here in Canada. I'd like to thank the Governor General, Prime Minister Mackenzie King, and all the people of Canada for their splendid hospitality. And also, I would like to wish success to the Canadian food industry's special war-saving stamp drive, which is now taking place. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Chicago, Illinois, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Bob Crosby, and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from Chicago, Illinois, where we are broadcasting for the AAFTTCCS.
That stands for wait till I get this straight. That stands for the Army Air Forces Technical Training Command, Chicago Schools.
We bring you our Master of Ceremonies, J.E.R.K. Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is J.E.R.K. talking. That stands for Jack Entertains Rather Comically. Isn't that what you had in mind, Don?
Well, not exactly, Jack. You see, comically doesn't begin with a K.
It does tonight, brother. And incidentally, Don, the next time you introduce me as a jerk, you'll be sitting on a bench in the perk looking for work. If you get what I mean. Me.
For heaven's sakes, Jack, you're always ribbing me. You keep telling everybody I have 5 chins, and I'm very sensitive about that.
Well, then grow a beard or wear a horse collar or something. Anyway, I never said you had 5 chins. I merely said that your Adam's apple only comes out on Groundhog Day. Anyway, Don, here we are in Chicago and broadcasting for all these boys who are studying to be Army Air Force technicians. I understand they teach soldiers here to become airplane mechanics, panel instrument mechanics, and meteorologists.
Meteorologists? What does that mean, Jack?
And a great majority of the boys are learning to be radio operators on 2- and 4-engine bombers.
Well, they must know plenty about radios.
Oh, they do, Don, they do. And I wish one of them would look at my radio set. It's in terrible shape.
So what's the matter with it?
Well, every time I tune into Fred Allen's program, the aerial coils up and strikes at me like a rattlesnake. With this cold I've got, I sound a little like Allen, you know? Heaven forbid. Oh, hello, Maisie.
Hello, Jack.
Hello. Well, listen to that, Maisie. You got more applause than I did.
Well, why not? I'm the only girl on the program.
That isn't it, Mary. Let me tell you something. These fellas here are too busy with their training and their drilling and their studying to think about girls.
Well, he's back to J-E-R-K again.
I mean it. All day long, these boys attend classes and take notes on military science and principles of electronics. And in the evening, if they happen to have any time off, they settle down with a good book.
Stop laughing, fellas. He's too old to remember.
I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Mary, here we are back in the USA after a whirlwind trip through Canada.
By the way, Mary, where are you staying here in Chicago?
Oh, I've got a lovely suite at the Ambassador East.
The Ambassador East. Very swank, very swank. Where are you, Don?
I'm at the Blackstone Hotel, and I have a beautiful room overlooking Lake Michigan.
The Blackstone? Well, very nice, very nice.
Where are you stopping, Jack?
Me? I'm at the Stockyards Plaza. I have a lovely room overlooking Armour and Company. On a clear day, you can see meat.
Tell Don what happened to you yesterday afternoon.
Oh, it was nothing.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack was leaning over a fence at the stockyards looking at a great big fat steer.
Uh-huh.
And a man from the ration board came along and said, either stop drooling or I'll tear a coupon out of your book.
I fooled him, though. I went up to my room, peeked through the curtains, and drooled my head off. Well, hello, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, I'm boiling mad, and I'm going to quit.
I said, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What do you mean, Dennis, you're going to quit? What are you so mad about?
You hired Bing Crosby tonight, and this program isn't big enough for the both of us.
Wait a minute, Dennis. We haven't got Bing Crosby on the program tonight. We have Bob Crosby, his brother.
Brother, he says.
Well, he is.
I've given you the best years of my life, and you throw me away like an old shoe.
Who throws away shoes nowadays? I'm going to have my shoes fixed up.
Where are you going to get buttons for him?
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I can go along with a gag. Now, calm down, Dennis. This is really Bob Crosby, Bing's brother. Here, I'll have you meet him. Fellows, Bob Crosby.
Hi, man.
Well, Bob, we're certainly glad to have you with us. It's a real pleasure.
Well, same here, Mr. Benny.
Oh, let's not be formal. You can call me Jack.
Well, thanks. And you can call me Bing. I mean Bob.
Oh-ho!
Dennis, believe me, this isn't Bing Crosby. Look, this fella here is wearing a necktie. And he is. And he doesn't smell from horses. As I was saying, Bob, I'm glad to have you here. It was darn nice of you to come all the way from California just to be with us.
Oh, don't mention it, Jack. You're my idea of a great comedian, a real performer, and a grand guy. And working with you makes this the happiest moment of my life.
Well.
Wow, listen to Crosby pour syrup on that old wheat cake.
Mary, I'm not a wheat cake.
Yeah, whoever saw a wheat cake with big blue eyes?
Oh, shut up. You'll have to excuse her, Bob. Mary's always making remarks like that, huh?
Oh, I think Mary is one of the cleverest and most brilliant performers in radio. And working with her makes this the happiest moment of my life.
He's 100% baloney, but I'm human.
He's a very fine gentleman. Well, let's have your song, Dennis.
Let Crosby sing first, then I'll show him up.
Dennis, this isn't... Dennis, look, this isn't Bing Crosby. Look, that's a plain blue shirt he's got on. No palm trees or anything. Now, believe me, he's not going to compete with you.
Of course not, Dennis. Why, you're the finest young tenor in the country. And working with you makes this the happiest moment of my life.
All right, Dennis, let's have your song. That Crosby is really a sweet guy. I heard that song before, sung by Dennis Day, and Dennis, that was very, very good.
Thank you. Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, kid?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but do you mind if I move out of the Stockyards Plaza?
What for? What for, Dennis? We have a lovely room there.
Yeah, but between the cows mooing and your snoring, I can't get a wink of sleep.
Well, Dennis, if I snore, all you got to do is reach over and give me a nudge.
I tried that last night and you kissed me.
Holy smoke. You see, kid, I dreamt I was dancing with Hedy Lamarr. I kissed her and she slapped my face.
So did I. I don't care about myself, but you owe Miss Lamar an apology.
All right, I'll send her a note. Now, fellas, going through our schedule for next week, here it is. Tomorrow we'll be playing a show for the boys at Fort Sheridan. And Tuesday we're going out to Great Lakes Naval Training Station. Good old Great Lakes.
Oh, say, Jack, that's where you were stationed during the last war, wasn't it?
Was it the last war? I thought you were with Dewey.
It was the last war. I was with Dewey Schwartz, a friend of mine. and look at, and fellas, incidentally, when I get there, I'm wearing my old sailor suit when I go there Tuesday, the same one they issued me in 1917.
But, Mr. Benny, how can you wear the same suit? You must have gained a lot of weight since then.
I have. Now it fits me. Speaking of my sailor suit, I had the strangest experience this morning. Almost unbelievable.
What was it, Jack?
Well, I put my uniform on, and as I was adjusting the necktie, a moth stuck his head out of the breast pocket and said, "They got you again, eh, bud?" It was the freshest moth I've ever met.
You know, Mr. Benny, somehow I can't picture you as a sailor.
Well, I was, Dennis. By Great Lakes, they used to call me Benny the Skipper.
And you still walk that way.
They call me Skipper because I was a real old soul.
I got a gag for that, too.
Well, keep it. I was a darn good sailor.
Tell me, Jack, were you in any battles during the war?
Battles? Mm-hmm. Well, yes. I was in the College Inn in Chicago one night with 4 or 5 Well, a couple of Marines walked in and...
He means naval battle.
Oh. Well, as a matter of fact, Don, I did get a medal for distinguished service. And now, Bob, I think it's about time for...
What medal?
And now, Bob, I think it's about time...
What distinguished service?
And now, Bob...
Either put up or shut up. That's my motto.
You keep out of this. Now, Bob, I think it's about time for a band number. You all set?
I sure am. Say, by the way, Jack, Great Lakes is near Waukegan, your hometown, isn't it?
Yes, just a few miles.
Well, man, I'd certainly appreciate it if you'd kind of take me over to Waukegan and show me around.
Oh, you'd like to see the place, eh?
Yeah, especially that log cabin where you were born.
Well, it wasn't exactly a log cabin, Bob. As a matter of fact, the house I was born in was torn down not long ago. There's just a vacant lot there now.
You mean to say that they didn't even put up a monument in your honor?
No, nothing at all.
Well, that's a crime. There should be a monument there, and I'm going to take up a collection to see that it's erected.
Oh, no, Bob. I don't want anything like that.
You deserve it. Now, who'll be the first to contribute $10? Who'll contribute $10 for a monument to Jack Benny?
I will. Here you are, Bob. Here's $10 for the Benny Monument Fund.
Wheat cakes with ham. What a combination.
Mr. Crosby made this suggestion, not me. Well, Bob, let's have your number. Later this evening, I want to get together with you and we'll talk about it. Hold it a minute. Come in. Yes?
Well. Hiya, Jack, old boy. Haven't seen you in 15 years.
What?
I read the Waukegan News-Sun that you were broadcasting here. So it says the little woman, let's run down to Chicago and see my old pal Jack.
Oh, well, thanks.
Who is this fellow, Jack?
I don't know. I can't seem to place him. Well, how are things with you, pal? How's everything in Waukegan?
Oh, swell. The old gags at the regard. Sid Block, Stub Wilbur, Julius Finnegan.
Oh, yes, Julius Finnegan. Stinky, we used to call him, huh?
Stinky was you.
Oh, yeah. I knew it was one of the gang.
Well, I gotta be leaving now. Say, Jack, when you get to Waukegan, drop by the house.
I will.
Who is this guy, Jack?
Wait a minute, I'll find out. Say, pal, where are you living now?
Same old place. So long, Jack.
Know that fellow. Well, go ahead and play, Bob. I wonder if it's Ollie Eimerman. No, I know it.
All right,
Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby, played by Bob Crosby and his orchestra. And, Bob, that was wonderful.
Thanks, Jack.
Say, Bob, I was thinking of that idea of yours about erecting something on the site where I was born. Do you think it ought to be a monument or a statue?
Well, it would be pretty hard to get a statue for $10.
Oh, that $10 I contributed was only the beginning of the fund. There'll be many more donations. Eh, Mary? Eh, Don?
Get to me before I scream.
Dennis, give Mr. Crosby $10 voluntarily. Now, how about you, Don?
Oh, I'd love to contribute, Jack, but unfortunately I left my money in my other pants.
Mary?
Me too.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Are you in on this thing or not?
Don't worry, Jack. As chairman of the finance committee, I'll collect all the donations.
Good. Gee, he's a sweet fella. I hope he doesn't take it on the lam with all the money.
What's that, Jack?
I said you're a lamb to be collecting all this money. Well, so much for the financial end of it. Now, fellas, come in. Oh, it's you.
Say, Jack, old pal, I hate to bother you again, but I had to bring the wife in to see you.
Your wife?
Yeah. Say hello to Maggie.
Oh, hello, Maggie.
Hello, Stinky.
Well, glad to see you again, Maggie.
Who is she, Jack?
That's the fella's wife.
But who is he?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. Say, pal, when I get to Waukegan, I'd like to give you folks a ring. What's your number?
It's right in the phone book. So long, Jack.
His face was so familiar, and yet I can't place him. His wife knew me, too. She called me Stinky. Oh, well, it'll come to me. Now, getting back to my monument, fellas. Now, who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Listen, Rochester, I'm glad you finally got in touch with me. I've been looking for you all week.
Boss, knowing that you've been thinking of me makes this the happiest moment of my life.
Never mind that. Now, where have you been since we got in town Tuesday?
Well, boss, as you know, Chicago offers great educational advantages.
Uh-huh.
So Wednesday, I spent the whole day at the Field Museum of Natural History.
Uh-huh.
And Thursday, I had a very interesting afternoon at the Adler Planetarium.
I see. And what happened Friday?
Friday, I met a gal and culture went out the window.
Another girl. You're always finding a new girl.
Well, this is the real thing, boss. I'm in love.
You're in love? How do you know?
I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I look down with scorn upon a bottle of gin.
With scorn?
Not super scorn, just scorn.
I know what you mean. Now, Rochester, you don't want to just rush into marriage until you know something about this girl. Has she got money?
I think so. I can't find my wallet.
Oh, I see. And wait a minute, I just thought of something else. What are you going to tell your girl in Los Angeles?
She'll never find out.
Well, suppose she does.
Then they'll have to put up a monument for me, too.
That's what I mean. You better watch out. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I sent your trunk ahead to St. Joe, Missouri.
We're not going to St. Joe for 2 weeks. Next Sunday, we broadcast from Camp Custer, Michigan. And I'll need a clean shirt at the camp.
Just raise your right hand, they'll give you a whole uniform.
Goodbye. Now, that Rochester, he can't get anything straight. I wonder if he's really in love. I wonder who that couple from Waukegan were. I wonder if Crosby run away with that money. Oh, well, tune in next week, folks, and find out. And we'll be with you next Sunday night broadcasting from Camp Custer, Michigan. Well, I got to run along now and be a judge on the Quiz Kid show. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Fort Custer, Michigan, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Bob Crosby, and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Fort Custer, Michigan, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who has used all the coupons in his ration book of comedy, Jack Benny.
swell, that's swell. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don.
Yes, Jack.
Speaking of coupons, my rotund ripper, have you ever stopped to consider what food rationing will do to that stomach of yours? It'll go down like a blimp with a slow leak. If you get the picture.
Oh, that won't bother me, Jack. I'll just pull in my belt like everybody else.
Well, Don, when you pull in your belt, will you sell me the leather that's left over? I've got a Morris chair I want to recover. Well, anyway, Don, here we are at Fort Custer, Michigan. And this is really a tremendous camp. There are nearly 30,000 soldiers training here.
So I understand. By the way, Jack, have you met any of these fellows?
Yes, Don, and the strangest thing keeps happening. Every time I shake hands with somebody, they give me a jerk and throw me over their shoulder. I can't understand it.
Well, you see, Jack, most of the boys here are training to be military police, and they've mastered the science of judo.
Judo? What's that?
Well, that's the art of self-defense without the use of weapons.
Oh.
So when those fellows threw you over their shoulders when they shook hands, they were just demonstrating a very simple hold.
Oh, is that it? Gosh, I spent more time flying through the air this week than Jimmy Doolittle, you know? Thank heaven my landing gear can take it. But this judo is very interesting, Don. I imagine you have to be pretty big and rugged to apply it properly, isn't it?
Oh, no, Jack. Size and strength aren't important at all.
They're not?
No, a very small person, by applying the proper leverage, can break your arm.
Gee.
Or your leg.
Gosh.
Or even your neck.
My goodness. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Shake hands.
I wouldn't shake hands with you for $1 million. Just hello, Mary. That's all. That's a fine greeting you gave me, Mary. The minute you walk into the program, you want to break my neck.
Well, I've been reading up on judo this week, and I want to practice on somebody.
Listen, Mary, judo is for men. It's for boys engaged in hand-to-hand combat, so that when they get in a corner, they know what to do.
Doesn't hurt for us girls to know a few tricks nowadays either.
Well, Mary, we've only been here a little while. How could you pick up judo so fast?
Well, I was out with Captain Hooks last night, and he showed me a few holds.
What?
Come here and I'll demonstrate one.
What do you mean, demonstrate? You can't even lift me.
Here, give me your right hand.
Be careful, Jack.
Oh, be careful, be careful. Here's my hand, Mary. What happens now?
Just this. Where'd he go? Hey, Jack, where are you?
I'm over here in the piano. Where do you think I am? You didn't have to be so rough.
Did you see how I did that, Don? It's all a trick.
Say, Mary, I think I got the knack of that. Give me your right hand, Don.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to work that same stunt on you. Now, give me your right hand.
Here you are.
Over you go.
Say, Jack.
What are you laughing at?
You couldn't lift a midget with a steam shovel.
I can throw, Wilson. Watch this. What was that?
Your charm bracelet snapped off.
Oh, yes. Well, the heck with it. I'll try it. I'll try a little judo on Dennis when he comes in. You know, well, here's the kid now. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Fine, thanks. How are you?
I said hello.
Hello.
Say, Dennis. Dennis, you're a little late. Where were you?
Well, I stopped in front of the theater and shook hands with a soldier.
Yes?
And I just got down off the roof.
Oh.
If I'd have known I was going on a trip, I'd have packed a bag.
Well, Dennis. Oh, are you, Dennis? But Billy knew what I was going to say. Dennis, look at that's what they call judo, you see. All the boys here are experts at it. That's why that soldier could throw you right up to the roof.
Gee, a thing like that might put an end to elevators.
I doubt it. Say, Dennis, speaking of judo, I'll show you how that trick is done. It might come in handy in case you're being robbed or attacked by a thug.
Or a girl gets fresh with me.
Yeah, anything like that. Come here. I'll show you this trick.
Oh, Jack, let him alone. He's got his song to do now.
Oh, he can sing it out of the piano, if you get what I mean. Come on, Dennis. Give me your hand.
Okay.
Well, I did it. You're in the piano, Dennis.
Yeah, but something went wrong. You're in here, too.
Well, why didn't you let go of my hand, you little dodo? Now, go ahead and sing your song. Now, where's my... Oh, here it is. Hope I can put it on straight without a mirror. That was I Just Kissed Your Picture Goodnight, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. In fact, you keep singing like that, and one of these Monday mornings, when you get your pay envelope, you're going to find that it's much fatter.
You mean you're going to put more money in it?
No, a slice of bacon. You see, Dennis, bacon is hard to get nowadays.
So are tenors. Don't kick them around.
I'm not kicking you around. I'm just giving you the bacon so you can have a nice breakfast some morning. I'd like to give you a raise, Dennis, but you're doing all right. I pay you plenty of do-re-mi.
Can't we get that up to fa-sol-la?
No, listen, Dennis, when I was your age, I made half of your salary. And I was a regular playboy. Every Saturday night, I used to take my girl to the best restaurant in town.
And when the waiter brought the check, you'd hide under her hoop skirt.
I did not. Well, Bob Crosby. Hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, he called me Jackson. You know, Phil Harris used to call me that. By the way, Bob, do you know Phil?
Why, sure. Matter of fact, we used to go with the same girl.
The same girl?
Yeah, I had the swing shift.
That's a hot one. You and Harris rushing the same girl, huh? What's her name?
Agnes Crumdicker.
You and Phil Harris went out with Agnes Crumdicker?
Hey, Mr. Benny, that's our girl.
Never mind.
Remember we chipped in and bought her a new front tooth for Christmas?
I said, Dennis, never mind.
It whirls around a little, but it's a beauty.
Good old Agnes. First she goes with Bob and Phil, then she goes with Dennis and me.
I can't understand it. Why does she always go around with two fellows?
She's got two heads.
She has not. Oh, say, Bob, your debut with us last week seems to have been very successful. I've gotten a lot of letters about you.
You have?
Yeah, I got one from a fellow named Bob Welch in Los Angeles, who not only insisted that I keep you on the program, but that I give you a cash bonus.
Oh, well, that's my bookmaker. I'm into him a little.
Oh, I see. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're getting a lot of fan mail. Now, Bob, what do you say we have a nice hot band number?
Okay. Say, by the way, Jack, I got a big bang out of your new picture. I saw it at the Chicago Theater last Thursday.
Thanks, Bob, but my picture didn't open till Friday. You saw Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, you know.
Well, wasn't that you with the long teeth and the hair all over your face?
No, of course not. I always play romantic parts. I'm the lover type. In fact, in my new picture, The Meanest Man in the World, I kissed Priscilla Lane 3 different times.
If she knew anything about judo, you'd have never gotten near her.
Well, she doesn't, so I had a wonderful time. Anyway, Crosby, as I was saying, let's give these boys here at Fort Custer one of those Bobcat tunes of yours.
Okay. Say, by the way, Jack, what's this judo that everybody's talking about around here?
Oh, it's a lot of fun, Bob. Haven't you ever tried it?
No, I haven't.
Well, here, give me your right hand.
Oh, let me take him, Jack.
No, he's my pigeon. Come on, Bob, give me your right hand.
Okay.
Well, There goes Benny out the window. I knew it would happen.
Well, what did I do wrong?
Nothing. You were wonderful. Go ahead, Bob. Let's have your number. Oh, wait a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester. I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny, please.
You'll have to call back later, Rochester. Mr. Benny was thrown out the window by judo.
Is that the big gal he promised the fur coat to?
No. Judo is the science of self-defense without weapons. Have you ever tried it?
No, ma'am. I never defend myself with anything I can't shave with also.
Oh, I see. Well, call back later, Rochester.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye. All right, Bob, let's have you. Come in.
Well, that's what they call judo, Bob. Go ahead, let's have your band number. I bet he was surprised as I was when I went through that window. That was We're in the Money, played by Bob Crosby, who a few minutes ago threw the best job he ever had out the window. And his orchestra.
Oh, take it easy, Jackson. It was all a gag.
Oh, sure, a gag. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
My goodness, Jack, I never saw such a sore head.
If it was just my head, I wouldn't be mad. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening...
Now, Jack, I want you and Bob to kiss and make up.
I won't kiss them.
Then I will.
You get away from them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you might as well unpucker Crosby. She's not going to kiss you. Now, tonight, for our feature attraction, in honor of Fort Custer, we are going to reenact a sketch based on a true episode in the life of my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yes, because my grandfather, Kit Carson Benny, served in the Indian Wars under General Custer, for whom this fort was named.
My grandfather was a baker, and he made wonderful pies.
What's that got to do with Fort Custer?
They were Custer pies.
Dennis, you have just given Fred Allen, who was sitting at his radio with a rider on each knee, the best opening he's had this season. Believe me. Now, getting back to our sketch, I will play I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh.
I called up before, but you had gone out for a breath of fresh air, head first.
I know. Now, what do you want?
Well, I made a report of our canned goods to the ration board like you told me to.
Good. And incidentally, Rochester, you know, the law says that anything we make ourselves doesn't have to be declared.
In that case, we're safe on jam, jellies, and gin.
Gin? When did we bottle any gin?
Wait till you taste those pickled pig feet.
What? You mean to say you put pig's feet in gin?
You can't put them in shoes anymore.
Well, this conversation's getting too silly for me.
Me too. A couple more pigfoot and I'm going to bed. Good night.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Rochester, guess where we're going next week?
St. Joe, Missouri. They love you there.
That's right. Goodbye. Good old St. Joe. Now, as I was saying, I will play the part of my grandfather, Kit Carson Benny, the famous Indian scout. Mary, you and Mr. Strong-Arm Crosby are also going to be scouts. Dennis, you're going to be an Indian guide. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
Due to the shortage of actors, I've decided to make you a whole company of men.
A whole company?
Yes, here's your uniform, a coat with 30 pairs of pants. Slip them on. And now, folks, for a thrilling saga of American history. The year 1874. The place, a crude blockhouse on the edge of the wilderness. As the scene opens, the old scout, Kit Carson Benny, is addressing his men. Curtain, may music. Now, listen, men. Attention for roll call. Wild Bob Crosby.
Here, Kit.
Wild Bill Morrow.
Here, Kit.
Wild Ed Baloyne.
Here, Kit.
Wild Mary Livingston.
Here, Kit. Here, Kit. Here, Kit.
Stop that! Anyway, I've received orders from General Custer that we're to go out and locate a hostile Indian tribe which has been ravaging the countryside. And we'll find those Indians, or my name ain't...
3 days later. Company! Halt!
I knew this would happen. It always does. Company! Halt! I said company! That's more like it. Well, men, this looks like a good place to make camp. We've got a sheltered location and plenty of spring water. In fact, we may stay here till the 1st of March. Now cut that out! Stop! Well, I better ask my Indian guide where we are. Okankapat. Okankapat.
Yes, fool face.
That's pale-face. Although with my big blue eyes, my face does look like a shimmering pool of water. Where are we, Conkapat? Have you made a map of this territory?
No, I thought we'd stop at a gas station and get one.
There won't be any gas stations for 50 years. Automobiles haven't been invented yet.
Oh.
I wish I knew where we were. Now, let's see. Look, fellas, a wild turkey. What a beauty.
That's the only turkey I ever saw with a Michigan license plate.
And that cranberry sauce for a taillight is beautiful. Well, let's camp here for the night. But be careful, men. There are probably hostile Indians lurking behind every bush.
Oh, don't be so scared. All the Indians around here are friendly.
Good. Yikes! Friendly Indians? Then why is this arrow sticking in me?
You bent over. They're only human.
Oh, yes. Hey, Wild Bob Crosby, pull this arrow out of me.
I'll leave it hang there. I'll hang my coat on it.
It's only your second broadcast. Read it right. Pull out that arrow. Now, as I was saying, men... Thank you. We'll camp here for the night. And first thing in the morning, we will continue on our mission for General Custer. All right, men, lay down. Unfold blankets. Company, sleep.
4 a.m. the following morning, and our little band is sound asleep. Company, halt!
Wake up, men. Nobody speak above a whisper. I've a hunch there are hostile Indians around, and the slightest sound will warn them of our presence. Now, everybody get in line behind me. Quiet now. Quiet. Whoop. Crosby, watch your musket. Now, follow me, everybody. What's that noise?
Sounds like tom-tom.
Hey, Kit, here comes an Indian warrior towards us.
Oh, yes. One that's been scalped. All right, men, put down your musket. I'll talk to this guy.
How?
How?
You been?
I've been fine, thank you. I'll find out if this fellow is hostile or not. Paleface, want 'em be friends with Indians.
Indian friendly, too.
Good. Paleface offer hands in friendship. Shake 'em.
Okay, shake 'em.
Well, here I am, back in the piano. Oh, well, play, Bob. St. Joe next week. Good night, folks.
The Great Nuts Flakes program with Rochester, Dennis Day, Bill Goodwin, Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And appearing for Jack Benny, who's confined with a cold, we have Jack's personal friends, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, when Jack Benny found that he couldn't do his broadcast tonight, he told me to call on his good friends George Burns and Gracie Allen and ask them to pinch hit for him. So I started for the Burns Hotel to tell them about Jack's problem, never dreaming that another problem was already brewing in the domestic life of George and Gracie.
Gracie, will you please get away from that piano? We've been in New York a week now, and that's all I've heard.
But, George, March 16th is my concert with Paul Whiteman in Carnegie Hall. If I don't practice, I may lose all the magic in my finger.
Look, don't you realize that you're driving everybody nuts with this idea? In the past week, Paul Whiteman has lost 20 pounds.
Oh, I don't think he really lost them, dear. I think they just slipped down a little.
Gracie, why don't you give up the concert idea and try to take an interest in something else?
Oh, I've been busy, George. I spent a whole day showing Herman the sights of the city.
That's great. Sightseeing with a silly duck.
Well, he enjoyed every minute of it, especially at City Hall when I took him in to see Mayor LaGuardia.
Gracie, you shouldn't take a duck in to see LaGuardia.
Well, I simply had to, George. I knew he'd never get another chance to meet a mayor that he could stand beside and look right in the eye.
Well, I never thought of that.
Well, you have to excuse me now, George. I have to go work on the gown I'm designing to wear at my concert.
Now, Gracie,
Oh, it's a wonderful gown, dear. I decided it should be a musical creation. White satin with a very wide skirt.
What's musical about that?
Well, that's the beauty of it, dear. No one will realize how clever I am until I sit down and lean back.
And then what happens?
Well, I've got an accordion in the bustle.
Oh, no.
Well, I'll be back in a minute, dear.
I wonder how it feels to be married to a woman who makes sense. Oh, well, I'll never know. Come in.
Hello, George.
Well, I'll be Don Wilson. Come on in, Don. How's Jack?
Well, that's why I'm here, George. Jack has a bad cold.
Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear it.
He'd like me to ask you a favor, George.
Well, sure, anything at all.
Well, Jack won't be able to work tonight, so he wants you and Gracie to take over his show. Now, can you do it?
Well, sure, Don. We'll be happy to do anything for Jack.
Naturally, he knows that your time is valuable, and he doesn't expect you to do it for nothing.
Oh, now, Don.
He wants me to tell you that while he's lying in bed, he'll knit you a muffler.
Ah, good old Jack.
Now, all you have to do is buy the knitting needles and 4 balls of yarn.
Isn't 4 balls of yarn a lot for a muffler?
Oh, Jack wants one, too.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. See, I've always envied Jack getting all those laughs. And here's my chance to kill all the people just by saying, or, yipe. And then he always gets a scream when he says, I do not marry and shut up.
Yeah, that Benny does say the funniest
Isn't he a scream? Yes, he's a real wit, yes.
Oh, George, did you... Well, Paul Whiteman, I'm glad you dropped in.
No, Gracie, I'm Don Wilson, don't you remember?
Oh, of course, Don. How silly of me. I should have looked at your face first.
Gracie, Don has got some news for us.
Yes, Gracie, you see, Jack Benny is sick in bed, and he wants you...
Sick in bed? Oh, my goodness. I must send him a jar of my homemade crabapple jelly right away.
Well, now,
Oh,
Gracie...
he'll love it. He'll love it. I used only the very best apples and the very best crabs.
Well, I don't think
I
Jack...
sent some of it to my sister Bessie when she had her operation. Of course, I can't tell you about Bessie's operation.
Well, good.
It was done by an army surgeon, and naturally that makes it a military secret.
Gracie, Don wants us to do Jack Benny's program tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, George, but I couldn't think of going on Jack's program.
You what?
Well, isn't that a comedy program?
Oh, yes.
And don't people laugh at it?
Oh, sure.
Well, George, what would my public think? I'm a concert artist.
What's she talking about, George?
Well, Gracie thinks she's going to play the piano at Paul Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall.
Yes, would you like to hear the number I'm going to play, Don? Here it is.
And that's what you're going to play at Carnegie Hall?
Well, there's no sense in playing something I don't know.
Gracie, forget this foolishness. We've got to do Jack's program tonight.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but I couldn't accept an offer to appear on the radio, except on a musical program, of course, such as Dear Artie has.
Oh, you mean Artie Shaw?
Oh, my goodness, no. Artie Toscanini.
Gracie, have you gone out of your mind? We can't let Jack Benny down.
Well, George, I have my career to think of. No great musician can afford to be laughed at. Did Mendelssohn do it? Did Mendel's daughter do it? Did Mendel himself do it?
No, that was a great act, too. The musical Mendels. They were next to closing at the Jefferson.
Gracie, now you mustn't think only of yourself. Think of George. He's very anxious to do Jack Benny's show.
Well, I don't know why. George doesn't know a soul in St. Joe.
Gracie, will you stop being so stubborn?
Well, George, I just can't risk my concert career. There's the world of music, and then there's the world of comedy. You can't mix the two. You know what I always say. East is east, and west is west, and north is north, and south is south, and east is east, and west. Well, I guess that covers it.
Yes. That even overlaps a little bit, yeah. Gracie, you've just got to listen to reason. The Benny program goes on the air in an hour.
I'm sorry, George.
But, Gracie, in a little while, millions of people are going to tune into our program. And what are they going to hear? 30 minutes of silence.
Well, what's the difference if 1 week the program isn't quite as lively as usual?
Look, Gracie, don't you understand? One of our dearest friends is in a spot, and they need someone to go on his program.
Oh, I wish we were in California. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society All-Girls Symphony Orchestra would be glad to do the program.
That silly club of yours. Nobody is interested in those hens.
George Burns, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Well, I didn't mean you, sweetheart.
Well, it's no way to talk about those other hens either.
Oh, all right.
I'm going inside and practice an etude. Who knows? If it goes well, tomorrow I might try a B-tude.
Well, this is fine.
You said it.
Yeah. Come in.
George, listen, I hear you're going to do the Jack Benny show tonight.
Well,
boy, oh boy, I can't wait to read those commercials, George. Listen, that fat boy they've got announcing on that show is strictly from hunger.
Bill,
Listen, George Benny only keeps them on because he can laugh.
Bill, say hello to Don Wilson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson. You've heard that fat boy on the Benny... Don Wilson? Oh, hello, Don.
So I'm known to you as Fat Boy, huh, Goodwin?
Oh, well, now, don't get sore, Don. I'm always making up nicknames for people. They never fit.
Well, I don't care about that, but what was that about my announcing?
Oh, nothing, Don, nothing at all. I think you're great. As a matter of fact, Don, I'd like to ask you a favor. You see, I thought maybe you could mention my product on the show tonight. You see, I sell
I'm not interested in what you sell.
Well, but Don, it's purer than the...
I'm sorry, but there's no place that I can mention it.
No soap, huh?
George, now, why don't you go in and talk with your wife? Put your foot down.
You're darn right I will. I'll show her who's the boss.
Attaboy.
Gracie.
What do you want?
Well, sweetheart. You know that beautiful fur coat you saw in Bergdorf Goodman's?
You mean the one you said was too expensive for me?
Uh-huh. Well, I've got a little surprise for you. If you do the program tonight, that coat will be in your closet in the morning.
Well, if it isn't, we were robbed.
Oh, fine.
Please, Gracie, now...
No, I'm sorry, boys. You'll have to excuse me now. I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
You got a what?
I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
That's what I thought you
It's
said.
to fool our little darling duck. You see, the hotel won't send up any worms.
So you got to dip spaghetti
Yes.
in ink? Come on, Don. Let's get out of here.
Oh, come on, Herman. Dinner's almost ready. Aha, here's Mama's little precious ducky. You know, Herman, your daddy George is mad at me. But, Herman, dear, We mustn't be too annoyed with him. He has a kind heart. Oh, now, that's not fair, baby. He just doesn't realize that it's more important to capture a beautiful melody that comes from a soul than it is to get a big laugh that comes from... Well, never mind. We'll show him when we get to Carnegie Hall. Carnegie Hall? Well, that's where your mama's going to play her concert. Oh, I can see it now, Herman. It's time for my entrance. There's a tremendous fanfare of trumpets. Oh, and then I play my piece and I become the sensation of New York. Reporters will flock around me. I'll be the guest of honor at dozens of banquets. Oh, I probably won't be home for days. Oh, Mama didn't mean to make you cry. She'll always find time to be with her darling little baby. And your Daddy George will be so proud of me. Oh, come in.
I do, Miss Burns. I'm Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. I suppose you're looking for Mr. Wilson.
That's right, ma'am. I've been talking to Mr. Benny and he... My, poultry.
Oh, Rochester. That's my little son, Herman.
Son?
Well, yes. Don't you think he looks like his daddy?
Don't believe I ever met the bird.
Oh, of course you have. I'm married to him.
You mean Mr. Burns is that duck's papa?
Uh-huh.
Oh, come now.
Well, I wish George was here, too. You'd notice the resemblance if you saw them both walking. Anyway, I think you two ought to be great friends. Herman, shake hands with Rochester.
How do, Mr. Herman? I've held many a drumstick, but that's the first one that ever withdrew voluntarily.
Rochester, I know he's dying to have a conversation with you. Go on, say something to him.
Is this practical?
Oh, sure, go on.
Okay. Mr. Herman, what are you going to be doing Meatless Tuesday?
Oh, Rochester, he's busy on Tuesdays. He always goes to Central Park. Would you like to take him for a walk in the park sometime?
You mean you'd trust me alone with that fat little rascal?
Oh, certainly. He wouldn't hurt you.
The vice versa don't trouble you none.
Oh, no. Well, Rochester, maybe you're silly to wait for Mr. Wilson. I'm not going on Mr. Benny's program anyhow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, the piano is my whole life now. Do you play the piano, Rochester?
No, ma'am. I ain't familiar with ivories when they come in large groups.
Oh. Well, goodbye, Rochester. I must get back to my art. From now on, I intend to woo the muses. Terpsichore, Calliope, Schenectady.
Well, Don, I think we ought to try it again.
No, George, I've got a headache.
So have I, but I wish I could get it to go on Jack's program. Come in.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Gee, Mr. Wilson, you're going to catch it. Mr. Benny just called, and he's all excited because he hasn't heard from you.
Now, Dennis, there's nothing to worry about.
But I don't want Mr. Benny to get high blood pressure with my blood.
Now, just pull yourself together and say hello to George Burns. He's taking Jack's place tonight.
Hello, Dennis. How are you?
Ha, 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 ha!
What's funny?
Gee, you're a scream, Mr. Burns.
What's this anyway?
Aren't you taking Mr. Benny's place tonight?
Well, what of it?
I was afraid if I didn't laugh, you'd twist my arm like Mr. Benny does.
Say, George, maybe Dennis can persuade Gracie to go on the show.
Dennis?
Sure. Believe it or not, the little dope seems to have a way with women.
Gee, have I?
All right, go in and talk to Gracie. We'll find out.
Yes, sir. Hello, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Yes, ma'am. I'm supposed to ask you to be on Mr. Benny's program tonight.
Well, I won't do it.
I don't blame you, Miss Allen. Mr. Benny says some terrible things about your brother, Fred.
Oh, no. Fred's not my brother, Dennis. And please don't call me Miss Allen. I've been Mrs. Burns since one day years ago when a tall, handsome, charming man came along and pronounced George and me man and wife.
But, Mrs. Burns, if you have nothing against Mr. Benny personally, why won't you go on his program?
Well, I simply can't do it, Dennis. You see, I'm an intellectual, and Jack Benny well, he...
Isn't he, though?
Well, I'm glad you see my point. You must understand that we intellectuals care only for the finer things in life. You know, Shakespeare and Beethoven and Walter Pidgeon.
Gee, I've always wanted to meet an intellectual, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how do?
How do? I'll bet you read lots of books, huh?
Oh, yes, Dennis. A day never goes by that I don't pick up a book, to dust it if nothing else.
You know something? I'm crazy about books, too.
Oh, really? Do you like Little Women?
Oh, sure, but I like books even better.
Well, so do I. And, Dennis, don't you just adore poetry?
Yeah.
Oh, I know most of Longfellow by heart. Can you ever forget the opening lines of Hiawatha?
Yeah.
Me too. You know what, Dennis? You're the first person I've ever met who's my intellectual equal.
I guess there aren't many of us.
Dennis, believe me, you are just being wasted on the Jack Benny program.
Yeah, wasted.
Imagine you singing.
Yeah, singing.
Why, you should be reading poetry.
Yeah, poetry. I'm crazy about poems.
Yeah, crazy.
I've always dreamed that someday I'd get up on Mr. Benny's program and recite If.
If he'd let you?
Oh, no, If by Kipling.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. How does it go?
I'll recite it for you. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster,
if... Stop. Don't go on. It's too beautiful.
Gee, I'm sorry. I should have warned you that I was pretty heavenly.
Oh, Dennis, we must do... Oh, come in. Why, Tootsie Saggle. Hello, Tootsie.
Oh, Gracie, I thought you were practicing, so I... Oh, does he belong to anybody?
Well, not yet, Tootsie. Dennis, I want you to meet my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. Tootsie, Dennis Day.
Oh, my, what a gorgeous hunk of child. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Sagwell. Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, isn't you?
Tootsie is as cultured as we are, Dennis. And she has a lovely singing voice.
Oh, I haven't.
I'd like to hear her sing sometime, Miss Sagwell. I'll bet you've got a lovely vibrato.
Oh, what he said.
Tootsie, Dennis is on Jack Benny's program, but he's very unhappy. You see, he's cultured like us.
Oh, I knew you were a kindred soul, Dennis. You have such a sensitive face.
I'll say, every month it kills me when I have to shave it.
Say, I just had a marvelous idea.
What, Gracie?
I will go on Jack Benny's program with you and Dennis.
Huh?
Well, we'll change the name of that show from the Grape Nuts Flake program to 30 Minutes of Refinement. I'll play the piano, Tootsie will sing, and Dennis will recite.
Oh, boy, now you're cooking with gas, if you'll pardon the expression.
I'll tell George. Oh, George!
Yeah?
George, I've changed my mind. I've decided to go on Jack Benny's program after all.
You mean it?
Yes.
Well, bless your heart. And now I'm going to get you that hat that goes with that fur coat.
You mean this one?
Yeah, that's the one. Come on, let's go to the studio.
Ready, everybody?
Yes, Don.
Yep, all set, Don.
Well, stand by. We'll be on the air in just a second. The Grape Nuts Flakes program.
That's enough, Don. Step aside, please.
Huh? Gracie. Wait a minute, he hasn't...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present 30 Minutes of Refinement. Ready, Dennis and Tootsie?
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go.
If you can keep your head on, if you can stretch yourself long and jolly, if you can wait up it.
Honestly, Jack, I did the best I could. Good night, everybody.
If you can keep your head on.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I have just a moment to make this one request. Friends, for the sake of your loved ones in service, for the sake of your loved ones at home, give to the American Red Cross War Fund. The Red Cross works on every war front, giving skilled care, saving lives. The Red Cross stands by on the home front, ready to meet sudden danger. But the Red Cross must raise $125 million to carry on its good work. So do your part. Give and give generously to the American Red Cross War Fund. Now, here are George and Gracie.
Oh, good night, everybody. And Jack, hurry and get well.
And please send a muffler. Good night, folks.
Don't forget to tune into the Jack Benny program next week when we'll be broadcasting from Hollywood with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and back with us after an absence of 3 months, good old Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, it certainly is nice having you with us. This is really like old times.
Well, that goes for me, too, Don. I'm sure glad to be back on the program. By the way, what do you hear from Jackson? Is he still laid up in Chicago?
Yes, Phil, and Mary writes me that he's getting along as well as can be expected. You know, that's a pretty severe cold he caught.
Well, it's his own fault for taking a bath without any clothes on. Ain't that a Lulu?
Oh, it sure is. Phil, you're right back in form.
Yeah, but if they ever ration corn, I'm a dead duck. Hey, Don, what time does Orson Welles get here?
Oh, pretty soon now, Phil.
You know, I'm anxious to get acquainted with that guy. I ain't never met him.
Well, now, Phil, don't say ain't never in front of Orson, or he'll take his cane and flatten the curls right out of your hair.
He don't worry me. When I put on the dog, you'd think I was graduated at Oxnard.
Phil, you mean Oxford.
All right, so I got my towns mixed up.
Well, just let it go, Phil. Well, here's Dennis Day.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
Say, Mr. Wilson, what do you hear from Mr. Benny?
Oh, he's getting along much better, Dennis.
Darn it, and I mailed him a pint of blood this morning.
A pint of blood?
I bumped my nose on a door. There was no use wasting it.
Hey, kid, have I got news for you? Guess who's taking Jack's place on the program tonight?
Who?
Orson Welles. That's who. Orson Welles.
Gosh, I'm scared.
What are you scared of? Orson may be a little eccentric, but after all, he's a genius.
A genius? You mean he can figure out his income tax?
I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably all set for tomorrow. Well, that must be Orson now. Come in.
Pardon me. Has Mr. Welles arrived yet?
No, not yet.
I am his secretary, Miss Harrington. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him.
No, come right in.
Thank you. Now, which one of these microphones will be used by Mr. Welles?
That one right there, miss.
Then I shall spray it. There now. That's better.
Well, I'll be darned. Ain't that class?
Young man, are you Phil Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
Then hold still. You'll be all right now. I'll take that call. It must be for Mr. Welles. Hello? Who's calling, please? Buenos Aires? I'm sorry Mr. Welles isn't in right now. I'll have him call you. Very well.
Wow, Buenos Aires. I didn't know Orson knew anybody in Australia.
Australia? Mr. Harris, Buenos Aires is in South America.
Would you like to make a little bet on that, sister?
One more word, and I shall spray you again.
Now, calm down, Phil. And for heaven's sakes, when Orson comes in, don't flaunt your ignorance.
What do you mean, ignorance? See this book I got here? It says Shakespeare on it, don't it?
So what?
So when Orson comes in, I'll be reading Shakespeare. Like this.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Phil, you're reading the book upside down.
That's the hard way. All I know is it's Shakespeare.
Well, that must be Orson now.
Mr. Welles never knocks. He kicks the door right down.
Oh, come in?
Studio B, I presume?
Yes?
I've come to clear the way for Mr. Wells. I'm Mr. Toodlequirtle, his secretary.
His secretary? Then who's Miss Harrington?
She's his private secretary. I am right out in the open.
Oh, well, come right in.
Thank you. Miss Harrington, has Mr. Wells' microphone been sprayed?
Yes. Also, Mr. Harris.
Good. Ah, the master approaches.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Harrington, has this microphone been sprayed?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Well, Orson, I can't tell you how much we appreciate your coming over here tonight. It's awfully nice of you to step into Jack's shoes.
I'm glad to do it, Don. It's a pleasure to step into a pair of shoes nowadays without handing over a coupon.
Orson, that's a Lou.
A Lou. Miss Harrington, are you sure this man has been sprayed?
Quite.
Oh, by the way, has a call come in for me from South America?
Yes, and I told them to call back.
I hope she does. She's a lovely dish. By the way, Mr. Wilson, who is that lad peeking at me from behind your left hip?
Oh, pardon me, Orson. This is Dennis Day, our tenor.
It's a pleasure, Dennis. Come over here and shake hands.
Go ahead and kill me. I got insurance.
Don't be silly, my boy. Don't be silly. All tenors shouldn't be killed.
Hey, Orson, get a load of this book I'm reading.
Well, I'll be darned. Shakespeare sideways. Why, Mr. Harris, I didn't know you were fond of Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
Well, what's that you're reading now?
Well, it's a fascinating drama. It's called King Henry Ivy.
Ivy? That's King Henry IV. The IV is 4 in Roman numerals.
You mean to say them Romans counted with letters instead of numbers?
Precisely. You see, in them days, Phil, them was the thing to do.
Oh, I get it. A fad like. Huh?
Yes, a fad like. Now let's proceed with the program, shall we? What is your musical contribution this evening, Mr. Harris?
Well, the boys and me are going to play that great old number written by George M. Cohan, Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Excellent play, Phil. Take a letter, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Professor James Brimston, Harvard University. Dear Professor, I have recently come upon a specimen which should prove of great interest in your study of subnormal extroverts. At present, he is conducting the orchestra on a well-known radio program, but I am sure... Well, go ahead and play, Phil.
Okay, hit it, boys. Wow, I'm getting a build up at Harvard.
And, Miss Harrington, sign that your obedient servant, Orson Welles. That was Yankee Doodle Dandy, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, I must say that's a splendid arrangement and brilliantly executed.
Austin, you thrill me.
I'm glad. However, if you don't mind a suggestion, a little more andante and pianissimo in the penultimate passage would have enhanced the orchestral overtone. Is that clear?
No, but them big words send me like a slug of bourbon.
Miss Harrington, remind me to add a P.S. to that letter. Come in.
Mr. Wells, pardon me for interrupting, but I've had the hiccups for 2 weeks. Would you please frighten me?
I'd be glad to. The biggest laugh on the show. Feeling any better?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
An interesting chap. Very interesting. I'm sorry he left so soon. Now, as I was about to say, Phil, you have a splendid musical organization, but it should be augmented. How many men have you got now?
Well, I've got 17, not counting my uncle. He's the guy with the cymbals.
Cymbals? I heard no cymbals.
You would if my uncle didn't always get his head caught between them.
He should stop banging his head. He's gradually working it into a pyramid. Now, Phil, an orchestra of 17 men is adequate, but it's not in the Wells tradition.
It ain't?
No. Next week, I want you to multiply that number tenfold.
Wow!
Take a note, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr.
I
Wells.
want timpanis. I want oboes. I want bassoons. And a gross of piccolos.
But Orson, who's going to pay for all this?
Jack Benny, of course.
Jack Benny?
Yes, he won't be glad to do it.
You can't be thinking of the Jack Benny we know.
There'll be no trouble. I spoke to Jack on the long-distance phone yesterday. He told me money was no object.
Let me ask you something, Orson. Who paid for that call?
Come to think of it, I did. Take a note, Miss Harrington. The piccolos are out.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time.
Pardon me,
What
Mr.
is
Wells.
it, Tootle Quirtle?
I've been working out the cost of enlarging the orchestra, and I have some figures for your approval.
Good. What's the Toodle Quirtle? What's the total Tootle Quirtle?
$5,000 additional expenditure per week.
Excellent. Dennis, I see you have your mouth open. Did you want to say something, or are you just breathing the easy way? Come, what is it?
Well, as long as you're throwing money around, how about giving me a raise?
Well, that depends, Dennis. What is Mr. Benny paying you now?
$12 a week, but when I do his laundry, $14.
You mean to tell me Mr. Benny makes you do his washing for him?
Some weeks it's only a pair of socks, but it ruins me socially.
Well, Dennis, you certainly deserve more than $14 a week. From now on, you're getting $15.
Oh, boy.
And you can do my laundry. Matter of fact, if you don't ruin my collars, Dennis, I may even...
Open up in there! Open up, I say!
That can't be John Charles Thomas.
No, it's Andy Devine. Come on in.
Andy Devine, what brings you into town?
Well, I butchered a steer out on my ranch, so I thought I'd bring a couple of T-bone steaks into my girlfriend, Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth? Is she your girlfriend?
Well, she will be till the meat's gone.
Well, Andy, that's certainly a new approach to glamour girls.
Say, Orson, what do you hear from old Buck Benny? How's his cold?
Well, he's still in bed, Andy, but he's coming along pretty well.
You know, Ma sent him a big bottle of her homemade cough medicine and wart remover.
Cough medicine and wart remover? That sounds like powerful stuff.
You said it. Pa took a swig of it this morning, and the next thing we knew, he was out in the barn milking the cow with his toes. There was milk all over the place.
I can imagine.
Well, I gotta run over to Rita's house now.
Say, Andy, I just thought of something. Why don't you bring your T-bone steaks and Rita Hayworth over to my house, and we'll all have dinner together? What do you say?
Well, I ain't no genius, Orson, but I can see through that. So long, everybody.
Well, I tried. No harm in that. Let's proceed with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a song from Mr. Don Wilson.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wells. I'm the singer around here.
I know that, Dennis, but let's give the public something different tonight. Go ahead, Wilson.
But I can't sing, Orson. I don't know a thing about music.
Then I'll have to sing myself. Oh, no, it would look egotistical. You better sing this week, Dennis.
Okay.
Take a note, Miss Harrington. Don Wilson must take singing lessons. Next Sunday, Pagliacci. Go ahead, Dennis. Dennis, that was a beautiful salute to St. Patrick's Day. You know, it really takes an Irishman to sing an Irish song. You are Irish, aren't you, Dennis?
Just spray me and see what happens.
I'm sure I'd never attempt it. Dennis, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, pardon me for interrupting, Orson. But at this time, I generally say a few words about toasty brown, sweet as a nut, great nuts flakes.
I'm glad you brought that up, Don, because I have a few suggestions in mind that I'd like to speak to the sponsor about.
Speak to the sponsor? Speak to the sponsor?
Speak to the sponsor?
Of course, speak to the sponsor. Oh, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Get me New York on the telephone. I want to talk to Mr. Mortimer of General Foods.
Speak to the sponsor.
Young man, will you please pop your eyes back in? See, Don, I love grape nuts flakes. In fact, I have them for breakfast nearly every morning, and it's my thought that a few changes...
On the New York call, Mr. Wells, the operator says there will be a 3-hour delay.
Delay nothing. Give me that phone. Hello, operator? This is Orson Welles. I want that New York call, and I want it now. Hello? Hello, Mr. Mortimer. This is Orson Welles. Now, I have a few changes I'd like to have put into effect immediately. Jot these down, will you, old boy?
Jot! He told the sponsor to jot!
Dennis, please. In the first place, Mr. Mortimer, I love grape nuts flakes, and I can see the reason they're America's fastest-growing flake cereal. Thank you. However, have you got your pencil ready, old boy? Well, get one, for heaven's sake.
Please, Mr. Wells, remember what happened to your last sponsor.
We never mentioned that. Now, first, Mr. Mortimer, in place of Mr. Benny's, I'd like my picture put on the box. I shall be dressed in tights with a spear in my hand. Tights and a spear.
Speak to the sponsor.
Next, instead of 12 ounces of tiny, individual grape nuts flakes, I think each box should contain one huge 12-ounce flake. Just one flake.
But, Mr. Wells, that's impractical.
Type your resignation, Toodle-Quiddle.
Yes, sir.
Quiet! Finally, Mr. Mortimer, from a standpoint of efficiency, I believe that each box of grape nuts flakes should contain its own portion of sugar and cream right inside the package. What do you think of that idea? It does not. Think it over, Mr. Mortimer. Goodbye. I feel much better now. Taken my mind for its daily romp.
You know, I gotta hand it to you, Orson. I bet you got brains you ain't never even used yet.
Well...
I've got brains I haven't used either. That's the trouble.
You know, Orson, it's been an amazing experience working with you tonight. I'd just love to watch you make a picture sometime.
Why, Don, why don't you and the gang pay a little visit to Orson Welles Productions next week? I'm shooting now, so you can come right out to the set.
Hey, Orson, I want to ask you something.
Yes, Bill?
Is it true that you act, write, produce, and direct every picture you're in, or is that a lot of baloney?
Maybe a lot of baloney, but I do it. Anyway, fellas, why don't you come out to the studio next week for lunch, and I'll make a picture for you in the afternoon.
A whole picture?
Yes, not an epic, just a good, solid drama with a message. Now, Mary should be here early in the week, so when she arrives, I want you... I'll take it, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm calling from Mr. Benny's apartment in Chicago.
Well, how is Mr. Benny?
He's feeling better today. As a matter of fact, he was playing cards all afternoon with Miss Van Jones, his nurse.
Miss Van Jones?
That's me in a white dress.
Oh, I
see. I'm so tired of being coy, I could scream.
Well, Rochester, you've been close to Mr. Benny for a long time. You should be a pretty good nurse for him.
I don't know about that. For 2 days, I stuck the wrong end of the thermometer in his mouth, and his temperature was 5 below zero.
5 below zero?
Mrs. Devine's cough syrup got here just in time to defrost him.
Well, isn't Miss Livingston there to help you with the patient?
Miss Livingston? Oh, Mr. Benny won't let her in the room after what happened last night.
Why? What happened?
She pulled a mustard plaster off his chest too fast, and now that eagle he's got tattooed has to be re-feathered.
That's unfortunate. Rochester, thanks for calling, and tell Mr. Benny we all hope to see him up and around real soon.
Okay, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye. Jack's a grand fellow. I think I'll let his picture remain on the Grape Nuts Flakes box alongside of mine. He can carry the spear for me. Play, Phil. So so until next Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. And Jack, I know I'm speaking for the whole gang here and wishing you a speedy recovery. Isn't that right, folks?
In spite of Orson Welles, this program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloyd.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who's pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to turn the clock back to yesterday morning and show you what happened when our whole gang visited Orson Welles at his motion picture studio, where he is writing, acting, directing, producing, and enjoying his new picture. Mary had just returned from the East the night before, so Phil and Dennis stopped by her house to give her a lift to the studio.
Will you please stay on the outside, driver? We have to make a turn up here.
Take it easy, Goldilocks. I know how to handle a car.
Okay, sister, okay.
If you want to drive, come up here and sit on my lap.
Nothing doing, honey. That'd be pleasure driving, and they'd take away my gas book. Catch on?
Oh, Phil, behave yourself. You know how nervous I am today.
Listen, Mary, there's nothing to be nervous about. You're just going to meet Orson Welles, and he's a nice guy.
Well, I hear he's very temperamental.
Sure, he's temperamental, but who ain't? Take me, for instance.
You?
Sure. My eggs was cold this morning, so I says to Alice, listen, movie star, go out in the kitchen and give me a retake on this hand fruit. I told her.
You know, Mr. Harris, that's the way I'm going to treat my wife when I get married. I'm going to be the boss like you are.
Who said I was boss? I'm still combing egg out of my hair, bub. You know, women in the morning is poison. Watch it, driver. You nearly hit that lamppost.
Well, I'd like to see you drive and straighten your girdle at the same time, brother.
Now, that ain't no excuse.
Oh, leave her alone, Phil. I know just how she feels. And getting back to Orson Welles, I think he did a great job in the program last week.
What did Mr. Benny think of him?
Yeah, how did old Sniffle Snoot like the show?
Well, when Orson called up Mr. Mortimer, the sponsor, and bawled the heck out of him, Jack thought sure we'd all lose our jobs.
He was really worried, huh?
Was he? He pulled a string out of his pajamas and tried to hang himself on the bed lamp. He was hysterical.
Say, Mr. Harris, isn't that the studio right ahead of us?
Yeah, pull up here, driver.
Okay, Goldilocks.
How much do we owe you, miss?
Skip it, handsome. Just give me your phone number.
But gosh, the meter says $1.50.
Don't underrate yourself, Junior. So long.
Gee, I don't know what women see in me.
Me neither, and I'm a woman. Come on, let's go inside the studio.
Wow, get a load of that sign over the gate.
Where?
Right there. Through these portals pass Orson Welles. Ain't that class?
Hey, who's this fellow coming toward us with the long black cape and sword in his hand?
Well, that must be the gate man. I'll ask him where Mr. Welles is. Hello there.
Hold varlets and state thy mission, and having heard, I'll trumpet to the walls and sound thy welcome.
Now let's all get a load of that character.
Yeah. Pardon me. Could you tell us what stage Mr. Welles is on?
All the walls are stage, and all the men and women merely players.
I'd give $1 million if I could mush mouth like that.
You will find Mr. Welles on stage 5.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say goodbye till it be morrow. Longfellow.
That's Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
All right, come on. Follow me, kids. There's stage 5 right over there.
Gee, I wonder if I should have given that cab driver my phone number. Nah, play hard to get. That's my motto.
Dennis, you can figure that out some other time.
Okay, but I want to get married while I'm young and beautiful.
No use waiting. I gotta have a talk with that kid.
Anytime, any place, sister.
All quiet.
Well, here we are on stage 5. Being an actor, I'll lead the way.
Quiet on the set.
Say, who's that guy?
Oh, that's Mr. Toodlequirtle, Mr. Wells, the secretary. Hello, Mr. Toodlequirtle.
Hello, Dennis. Come right in, folks. Mr. Wells is expecting you.
How is the old boy?
Oh, he's been in a marvelous mood all morning. His uncle died and left him a pound of butter.
I don't see Mr. Wells around the set. Where is he?
He'll be here shortly, miss. At present, he's in his dressing room with his valet, changing into formal dinner clothes for the next scene.
Confound this blasted tie. It always comes out longer on one end than the other. Oh, valet! Valet!
Right here, Mr. Wells.
Rochester, let me ask you something.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Why is it that I am able to write, act, direct, and produce a motion picture, and yet I can't tie a simple little bow knot?
It's the same with me, Mr. Wells. I can cook, drive a car, clean the house, and answer the phone, but I can't make an 8 the hard way. Here's your cufflinks, Mr. Wells.
Thank you. Incidentally, Rochester, when are we going to continue with that interesting game you've been teaching me, the one that involves those little spotted ivory cubes?
You mean Central Avenue shuffleboard?
Yes, that's it. Fascinating sport.
I don't think you ought to mess around with those cubes anymore, Mr. Wells.
Why not?
If I make one more 7, you'll be handing me my cufflinks.
Can't understand it. Ever since you introduced me to this game, I've had bad luck.
Well, with my dice, don't look for any improvement. They work so well together, I call them Abbott and Costello.
Oh, I see.
Here, let me help you into your tailcoat.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Rochester, I noticed a dab of ketchup on my gray suit this morning. You may have it.
Thanks, Mr. Wells. Ketchup is hard to get nowadays.
I mean the suit. The suit. Suit is yours.
Oh! Well, thanks, Mr. Wells. Thanks very much.
What are you so excited about? Hasn't Mr. Benny ever given you an old suit of his?
Just the one he wore with Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders. But I ain't got a horse.
Oh, in that case, I shall give you a horse, a fine Arabian steed.
Mr. Wells, working for you is paradise.
Come in. Yes, Miss Harrington.
Ready for you on the set, Mr. Wells. Here's the next scene we're shooting for your approval.
Good. I'll glance over it. Oh, no. No, this will never do. Only an idiot could compose such drivel.
But, Mr. Wells, you wrote this yourself.
And there's no use waiting. I'll have to have a talk with me. Miss Harrington, take down these changes.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Instead of a ranch house in Arizona, it shall be a penthouse in New York City.
Yes, Mr.
Instead
Wells.
of guitars playing softly in the background, I want a thunderstorm with lightning.
How many bolts?
At least a dozen. And finally, instead of the girl slapping my face when I kiss her, she shall thrust a dagger deep into my bosom. Yes, I shall die.
Die? But, Mr. Wells, it's only the second reel. Who'll handle the rest of the picture?
My ghost, I shall work in whitewash. That is all, Miss Harrington?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
I'll see you later, Rochester. If anyone calls, I'll be down on stage 5 being stabbed.
What a man. Never a dull moment around here. Quiet on the set.
Say, Mr. Toodlequirtle, what's keeping Mr. Wells? We've been waiting for him for half an hour.
Yeah, imagine wasting time around here when I could be out somewhere improving my mind.
Don't be silly. There are no burlesque shows open this time in the morning.
Oh, I mean with books or something like that.
Jeepers, what's that?
On your feet, everybody. Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good morning. This is Orson Welles.
Well, Dennis and Phil, I'm glad you dropped by. Have you been here long?
Yeah, quite a while, but I told the kids, let's hang around till Orson gets here.
Orson? Who is Orson?
That's you, silly.
Orson. That's murder. Well, who is this charming young lady? Come, my dear. Speak up.
Well, my name is Mary Livingston, and I'm not the least bit nervous, so there.
Now, Mary, there's nothing to be nervous about. When did you get back to town?
Yesterday on the Super Chief. I got off at Pasadena.
Oh, I wish I'd known that. I would have arranged for the Tournament of Roses to be held simultaneously with your arrival.
Gee, I like this guy.
Yeah, didn't I tell you that Orson really does things in a big way?
Who did anything? He just said it.
Well, Dennis, I have spent years inflating the balloon that is Wells. Please do not puncture it.
Yes,
Tell me, Mary, how's Jack coming along? Is he up and about?
Oh, yes, he's feeling a lot better. A few more days, and he'll be all over his nervous breakdown.
Nervous breakdown? I thought Jack had a cold in his chest.
He did, but when he got his doctor bill, he went right from a mustard plaster into a straitjacket.
What?
It took 4 of us to hold him down.
Good heavens.
Pardon me, Mr. Wells.
What is it, Miss Harrington?
Would you mind okaying the budget for this sequence?
Not at all. There'll be one change here, Miss Harrington. Instead of wardrobe, $8,000. Make the wardrobe cost $9,000.
But, Mr. Wells...
But nothing. I promised one of the extra girls a mink coat. That is all, Miss Harrington?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Yes, Mr. Wells. Sometimes I wish I weren't perfect so people could differ with me. It's written out for me. Dennis, what are you doing with that script?
Oh, I was just looking it over, Mr. Wells. I thought there might be a part in it for me where I'm a big lover.
Lover? Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis, but you're definitely not the romantic type.
Oh, yeah? Did a cab driver ever ask you for your phone number?
Yes, and I'm having dinner with her tonight.
Oh, Archie, you're really on the beam, kid.
Whatever that is, I'm glad. Here's Don Wilson. Hello, Don.
Hello, Orson. How are you, kid?
Hello, Don. Glad to see you, Don. Did you have any trouble getting through the gate?
Nah, they just rubbed some Vaseline on him and give him a shove. That Harris is a Lulu.
Mr. Harris, at this moment I find it very difficult to refrain from slugging you. Oh, by the way, Dennis, speaking of the program, what song are you singing tomorrow?
Black Magic. It's a great number.
Let me hear it. Can't be any more magic than Rochester's dice. Sing, Dennis. Excellent, Dennis. I like that number very much. You may sing it on the program tomorrow.
Thank you.
However, the following Sunday, I think you should do something operatic. I want you to sing the quartet from Rigoletto.
But, Mr. Wells, the quartet is 4 different voices.
I'll handle the other 3.
Gosh, you mean you're going to sing soprano, contralto, and baritone at the same time?
Yes, Dennis?
That I gotta hear.
You will. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd better get on with my picture.
What a busy guy. He's a bee with brains.
Oh, by the way, Orson, what's the title of this picture you're making?
Well, I've called my story very simply The March of Destiny. It deals with everything that ever happened. From the beginning of creation to the present day.
Hey, Orson, is there anything in it about me?
Well, no, Phil. My picture is handled entirely in symbolic retrospect.
What? What was that? Give me that again.
He could give you that all day long, and you wouldn't even feel it. Sit down, will you?
Oh, Mr. Wells, a terrible thing has happened. Miss Sevier, your leading lady, has just eloped to Las Vegas with Jeffrey Hamilton.
Jeffrey Hamilton?
Yes, the man who plays the part of your brother in today's sequence. What'll we do?
I have a very simple solution. Mary, you shall be my leading lady.
Your leading lady? Gosh.
Phil, you'll be my brother.
Your brother? Are we twins?
Heaven forbid. Well, let's get started, shall we? Here's your script, Mary.
Gee, if I'm going to be your leading lady, I better throw away this bubble gum.
No, keep it. I may have you do a dance later.
Pardon me for interrupting, Mr. Wells, but we just had a long-distance call from Mr. Benny.
For Mr. Benny, what'd he want?
He wanted to know if I was happy in my new job working for you.
What'd you tell him?
I lied, and now he's happy.
I know Jack. He didn't call long distance from Chicago just to find out if Rochester was happy. Wonder what else he wanted.
Well, he's getting better. Maybe he wanted to know if that cab driver has a friend.
That's probably it. Now, Mary, Phil, before we rehearse, I think I'd better explain this scene to you.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Wells is explaining.
Now, Mary, in this scene, you as my fiancé and Phil as my brother have parts which overshadow mine in dramatic intensity.
You mean we're more important than you are?
Definitely. The motivation of the scene, its mood and pulse and tempo rest entirely in your hands.
I want my face in the picture, too.
Mary, please. You, Phil, will play the part of my younger brother, who is a cheat, a cur, and a scoundrel.
Oh, I get it. A heel without a soul. Oh, that hair is solid when he gets rolling.
Phil, you're a genius, and I ought to know. Now, as the scene opens, I enter your apartment, Phil, unexpectedly, and to my surprise, I find my sweetheart in your arms. And remember, Mary, you and Phil carry the burden of the scene.
Okay.
Right, now let's try it.
Quiet on the set. Mr. Wells is about to emote.
Thank you. The door opens.
What? What's this? Mildred, what are you doing here? Answer me, I say. What are you doing in my brother's apartment?
Well...
No explanations are necessary. I have eyes. I'm not blind to what's been going on. If I hadn't been madly in love with you, Mildred, I'd have brought things to a climax long ago. And now, Clarence, what have you got to say?
Well...
Alibis? Alibis? Nothing but alibis. To think that the two of you have been together every afternoon for months. Why are you looking at me like that, Mildred? Have you something to tell me? Come, speak up.
Well...
Never mind, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it's me you love and that Clarence is just a passing fancy. You're both strangely quiet. Why don't you speak up? Is it because your guilt is so obvious?
Well,
Wait a minute, that's my line.
Oh, pardon me.
Come on, Mary. Give me the cue. Well.
I've said well so much, I feel like the old oaken bucket. Okay, well...
This is the end, Mildred. Our engagement is broken. Shattered beyond repair. But you may keep the engagement ring I gave you. That is, if you want it.
Well...
It's yours. I must leave now. And as for you, Clarence, if you ever so much as cross my path again, I shall thrash you within an inch of your life. Goodbye.
Clarence, my love, kiss me.
Darling, I love you.
No. Let's cut that. After my exit, the scene is definitely over. All right, places, everyone. Let's shoot it. Camera, lights, action! And so, until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. And Mary, I'm glad you're back on the show. It's been a pleasure working with you today.
Same here, Orson. Good night, everybody. Good night, doll.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, let us reenact for you a little scene which took place a short while ago in a drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
One tuna fish on whole weight. One tuna fish coming up.
Gosh, it's crowded in here. Say, Don, do you think I have time for a sandwich before the show?
Why, yes, Mary, if you hurry. I think I'll have a dish of Tutti Frutti ice cream myself.
Watch it, Don. If you put on one more chin, you can throw away your vest. No kidding.
Now, Mary, will you stop ribbing me about my weight? I'm not so heavy.
Go on. Every time you step into an empty elevator, the operator says, "That's all, please," and up you go. Oh, Gilroy.
What'll it be, Mary?
Just a sandwich. I'll have a hamburger.
A hamburger? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe. Yes, Gilroy. Hitch old Dobbin to a bun. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Would you mind taking my order, Bud?
Gladly. What do you have, Wobble Tummy?
Well, I'll have a dish of ice cream, please. Make it tutti frutti.
You can have tutti, but there's no more fruity for the duration. How's that, Radcliffe?
Gilroy, you're really bumping your gums now.
Yeah. Why don't you two jerks give up sodas and write for radio?
We do. We just sold a lot of gags to old Red Skelton.
Red Skelton?
No, old Red Skelton, his father.
Well, that's my fault for talking to you. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Donzo.
Well, Phil, is your orchestra all rehearsed for the program?
Who rehearses? If I ever told my boys they was playing something wrong, they'd say, how do you know? Then I'd be stopped. Take it easy. Relax. That's my motto.
Well, I hope Orson doesn't find out you didn't rehearse.
Oh, Wealthy? Why, him and me is pals. We gave a lecture together at UCLA just last night.
You and Orson gave a talk at the university?
Oh, Orson did all the talking. I just sat there and let them professors feel my head once in a while.
What?
No, so. You should have been there. I started to pull a couple of gags and Orson wrapped me on the bean with his pointer. Get a load of this lump up there.
What'll it be, Twitch? A promo seltzer?
No, thanks. I had one across the street. I just came in here to burp. Ain't that a Lulu?
Oh, you and your Lulus.
Say, Gil, is this man annoying you?
No, Radcliffe, put down that cupcake.
Oh, that Radcliffe's really a demon. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Say, how's the hamburger you're eating?
All it needs is a jockey.
Gosh, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that big lump on your head?
From Orson Welles, that too. Orson Welles.
You want something to eat, Dennis? You better order. Now, what do you want?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter.
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
That's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now listen.
I know my rights.
Dennis, if I wasn't a lady, I'd knock him right off that stool. Now behave yourself.
Hey, kids, get a load of who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, young man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Butch.
By the way, Miss Harrington, how's Mr. Wells feeling today?
Oh, he's in a splendid mood. He found his yo-yo under the dresser.
What's your order, ma'am?
I want this place tidied up and this counter cleared. Mr. Wells is about to honor this hash house with his presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And incidentally, young man, when did you put on that shirt you're wearing?
In 1937, when I left Stratford, Connecticut.
Well, change it immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And as for your gruesome friend with the wide part in his hair...
That's gotta be me.
Would you mind lying under the counter until Mr. Wells leaves?
Gladly. My feet is killing me.
Attention! Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, you look lovely today.
Thanks, Orson.
I stopped by your house to give you a lift to the studio, but the butler said you'd already gone.
The butler? Oh, did Papa have that tailcoat on again?
Well, at any rate, I'm sorry I missed you. There doesn't seem to be a vacant stool here.
Take mine and I'll sit on your lap, baby face.
That's sweet of you, Mary. Don't you think it's a little early in the day for romance?
Well...
Take it when you can get it. That's my motto.
Dennis, please. Oh, boy!
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I'll have a cup of cold consommé madrelane, breast of guinea hen under glass, and a bottle of Chateau Lafite 1928.
Hey, where do you think you are at the Brown Derby?
Get back under that counter!
Yes, Mr. Wells. Whoop! Bump my head.
Mr. Wells, Mr. Wells, I don't think you'll have time to eat. We're due on the air in a few minutes.
Oh, very well. By the way, did you pick up the sketch we're doing on the program tonight from Mr. Benny's writers?
Here it is, Mr. Wells. Would you mind okaying it?
Not at all. Oh, no. Now, that's awful. Miss Harrington, take this out in the alley and burn it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Burn the script?
But, Orson, what are we going to do for a play tonight?
I shall write one myself.
Hey, Mr. Wells, if you're looking for a comedy sketch, my partner and I wrote one that's terrific.
Yes, dynamite.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
You wait for that long enough and it'll come.
It hurt.
Sight gag, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
how about it, Mr. Wells? You want to buy our play?
Yes, deliver it to me at NBC as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
Come on, everybody, follow me. Last one in the studio is a rotten egg. That was You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, it says here, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, you can stop waving your baton now. The number's over.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
You see, old boy, I didn't get a chance to rehearse that selection, so consequently I didn't realize it had reached its termination. If you get what I mean.
That is due to your lackadaisical inadvertence. The conclusion of that number found you in a state of oblivious lethargy. Get what I mean?
No, but my lump is throbbing.
So I notice. It's fairly dancing. By the way, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, how's Jack coming along? Is he over his cold?
If he was over his cold, you wouldn't be here, brother.
Dennis?
Yes, Jack is much better, Orson. He's resting at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
The Arizona Biltmore? Isn't that rather expensive for Jack?
Expense means nothing to him. He was delirious when he checked in.
That must be the reason.
You know, fellas, I got a postcard from Mr. Benny this morning. He asked me to send his golf bag right away.
His golf bag? Say, the old boy must be getting better if he wants to play a little golf.
What do you mean, golf? If I know Benny, he landed a job picking grapefruit.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Let's all be fair to Jack. He doesn't think of work all the time.
Of course not. Jack can relax and enjoy vacation like anybody else.
Oh, yeah? He took me to Catalina on the boat one time and played his fiddle all the way over.
Well, that doesn't mean he was playing for money.
Don't tell me. I was passing the hat.
Just the same, I'm sure Jack is getting a good rest in Phoenix. Incidentally, that gives me a splendid idea. I think I'll call Jack and say hello to him.
Right now?
Of course, right now, Miss Harrington. Get me Mr. Benny at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Imagine talking to Phoenix, Arizona just like that. Ain't a phone a wonderful thing?
It sure is. Say, Mr. Harris, who invented the telephone?
Well, Alexander Graham invented the bell. The rest I don't know nothing about.
Mr. Harris, the telephone in its entirety was invented by Alexander Graham Bell, which I can pronounce. Come, Miss Harrington. What's the delay on that call?
Well, I have the Arizona Biltmore, but they can't seem to locate Mr. Benny.
Let me have that phone, please. Hello? Hello, operator? I'd like to talk to Jack Benny. What? He's not registered. He's not a guest there.
Have her look out in the lobby. Maybe he's a bellboy.
Bellboy?
With his flat feet, he could be the house dick.
Bill, please. Now, operator, I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny. Oh, his temperature went down. He checked out. Very well, I'll call him there. Goodbye. That's strange.
What's the matter? Did Jack leave the Arizona Biltmore?
Yes, it seems he's now stopping at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
The Jasmine Blossom?
Hey, I just thought of something. Jasmine Blossom. That's J.B., the same initials as Mr. Benny.
That's right, Dennis, and I'm sure Jack will come home with some lovely monogram towels. Miss Harrington, remind me to call Mr. Benny first thing tomorrow morning at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. Come in. Well, it's those two merry madcaps from the soda fountain. Hello, fellows.
Hello, Mr. Wells. Here's that comedy sketch we wrote for you. There's a little mayonnaise on it, but it's very jolly.
Thank you, fellows. By the way, would you like to stay and hear your little gem?
I don't know. Should we stay, Gil? We can't stay. That fat lady is waiting for her cheeseburger.
Oh, yes, let's go.
Wait till I open the door.
Well, let's see what they've written here. So far, nothing but mayonnaise. A little crude, but it'll get by. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a mystery melodrama entitled Death at Midnight, or the murder case. Now, in this drama, I will play the role of Inspector Wells of police headquarters. Bill, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant Harris, and Dennis, you will be my other assistant, Sergeant Day. It is your duty to help me solve a horrible crime.
Okay. But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
You're a policeman. Of course you didn't do it.
Don't be too sure.
And Mary.
It's always a guy you never suspect, silly.
Dennis, please. Now, Mary.
Yes, Orson?
In our sketch, you play the part of the mysterious lady in black. 6 of your husbands have strangely disappeared, and you've just married your 7th.
I'm a busy little girl, aren't I?
Decidedly. Well, that takes care of the casting for our play.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Orson, but haven't you overlooked me?
Don, overlooking you is like losing a bass drum in a phone booth. However, you should be the butler. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Mr. Wells, up to now, working for you has been a pleasure, but trouble has reared its ugly head.
Trouble?
It's that Chinese cook of yours. We just don't speak the same language.
Well, naturally. Naturally. What's the difficulty between you and Chong?
You know those pork chops I got at the market yesterday? The ones I had to use commando tactics to obtain?
Yes, yes.
Well, that cook of yours wants to cut them up into little pieces for chop suey. That's vandalism.
Now, calm down, Rochester.
Any man that would treat a pork chop like that would pull the chair out from under Whistler's mother.
Rochester, don't get so excited. Good heavens, the way you talk, you think those chops were radium.
I can get radium tomorrow. Let's see you get some pork chops.
Now, Rochester, there's no reason why you and Chong can't be good friends. Put Chong on the phone.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Chong.
Hello, Mr. Wells.
Now, Chong, I want you and Rochester to get along with each other. What's all this quarreling about? So he told me. Anything else?
You're
absolutely right. Now, Chong, here's what you do. Cook the chop suey for us and give Rochester a couple of pork chops for himself.
Okay, Mr. Wells. I'm very happy.
Now put Rochester back on the phone. Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Everything is all settled. Chong's giving you 2 pork chops, and you can cook them any way you want to.
Cook them? I bought myself a gold frame. I'm going to hang them in my bedroom. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester. Well, I guess that's straightened out. Sing, Dennis. You just heard It Can't Be Wrong, and that was Dennis Day singing. And Dennis, I don't have to tell you, that was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Dennis, you shouldn't pat yourself on the back like that. It's quite hammy.
You should talk, brother.
Got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our thrilling, baffling, spine-tingling mystery melodrama, Death at Midnight. As the scene opens, we find Inspector Wells in his office at police headquarters. Curtain, music!
Is that the phone, Inspector?
No, it's a preview for Whom the Bell's Tolled. Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Wells speaking.
Help, help! Come over at once. I'm going to be murdered!
Get away from that phone, you little double-crosser. I'll let you have it.
Help, help!
What was that, Inspector?
Oh, one of those gin-rummy arguments. And before I forget it, Harris, you're supposed to be a policeman. What's the idea of coming to work in those loud sport clothes?
My girlfriend thinks I'm a bookmaker.
That's no excuse. Now, here's your badge, your uniform, your club.
Okay, where's my flat feet?
On the opposite end of your flat head.
Are you...
Oh, Inspector!
What is it, Sergeant Day?
Somebody has been passing phony dollar bills all over town, and I've got one of them.
A dollar bill, eh? And how do you know it's phony?
Washington is wearing Lincoln's beard.
Let me see that. You're right. And he's wearing Lincoln's hat, too.
Hey, were those two guys roommates?
Of course not. Washington wearing Lincoln's beard. This is the worst job of counterfeiting I ever saw.
You think that's something? Turn the bill over.
Good heavens. Hedda Hopper is sitting on the Eagle. Nice work, Day. We've got to report this to Washington.
I thought he was dead.
Washington, D.C. Hello? Hello, Inspector Wells speaking.
Hello, Specky. This is Mrs. Lillian Gahagan Crumdyke speaking. You know, the lady in black.
Why did you call me up, you naughty girl? Have you bumped off another husband?
I didn't have anything to do with it. I went to the library just now, and he was plumped over the radio with the Fred Allen program going full blast.
Or was your husband dead?
He must have been. He didn't turn it off. So long, Specky.
Hold everything, Mrs. Crumdyke. I'll be right over. Sergeant Harris, Sergeant Day.
Yes, Inspector.
Come on, boys. We're going over to investigate a murder. And I have a hunch this crime was committed by
who?
I can't make this out. There's mayonnaise on it. Let's go, fellows!
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Eddie Lamar locked in her closet. Take it easy, boys. That is all.
This is the house right here. Harris, Day, break down that door.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
No, we didn't. We're the police. Who are you?
I'm Wobble Tummy, the butler.
The butler, eh? Now tell me, what do you know about this crime?
I don't know anything, sir.
Harris, this man is concealing something. Keep an eye on him.
Gotcha.
Now I think I'll grill Mrs. Crumdyke. I have a hunch she killed her husband. You know that saying, cherchez la femme, don't you?
No, I don't.
Well, you ought to learn it. It's all the rage now.
Well, the blue coats are here. Hi, it's Specky.
Hello, Mrs. Crumdyke. Where's the body?
Right here, and I'm wearing a new dress.
I mean your husband's body.
Oh, that old thing.
It's a strange coincidence, Mrs. Crumdyke, but all of your husbands have met untimely deaths. Take your first husband, the big game hunter.
What about him?
You went on a hunting trip to Canada with him, and he's the first thing you shot.
Well, he looked like a moose.
That's no excuse. Now, I want a confession, Mrs. Crumdyke, and I want it now. Start talking.
Well...
It's no use. You murdered your husband, and you might as well admit it.
Well, here we go again.
Lies! Lies! Nothing but lies. You hated your husband, and you couldn't stand him any longer. Now tell me, how did you kill him?
Well...
I don't believe it. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Crumdyke. Arresting you for the murder of your husband. Tell me, what's his first name?
Well...
Otto J. Crumdyke. Slap the bracelets on her, Harris, and let's go.
Oh, Inspector, Mrs. Crumdyke is innocent.
Innocent?
Yes, someone just threw a note in the window and it solves the whole case.
Give me that note. Where is it?
I ate it. It was covered with mayonnaise.
Come on, Harris. Let's get over to Hetty Lamar's house. She may still be trapped. And so, until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance tonight in the role of Mrs. Crumdyke.
I was pretty crummy, huh?
Well...
Good night, folks. Good night, doll.